Second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts and Social Studies, ICOMPASS 2025, with theme Music as an Interdisciplinary Medium, Connecting Creativity and Knowledge Beyond Boundaries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the concert hall of Indonesia Institute of the Arts Yogyakarta. Distinguished guests and speakers, also honorable attendees. My name is Azhara Ramadhani, and it is my great honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this great occasion. Today, we gather for the Second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts and Social Studies 2025, or ICOMPASS 2025, presented by the Music Department, Faculty of Performing Arts, Institut Seni Indonesia, Yogyakarta. This conference serves as a vital platform for academics, practitioners, and researchers from various countries to engage in cross-cultural dialogue under the inspiring theme, Music as an Interdisciplinary Medium, Connecting Creativity and Knowledge Beyond Boundaries. We will explore how music transcends borders and connects diverse fields of knowledge. Before we begin our event, we are going to sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. To formally commence our conference, we will now invite the chair of the second ICOMPASS, Nur Gahanstia, to deliver the opening address. To Mr. Nur Gahanstia Cahya Widianta, SSNMA, the floor is yours.
The Honorable Rector of the Institute of the Arts, Jakarta, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Performing Arts, distinguished keynote speaker, presenters, lecturer, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom Aleichem. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning. It is a great honor and privilege for me, on behalf of the organizing committee, to warmly welcome you all to the International Conference on Music, Performing Arts, and Social Studies, ICOMPASS 2025. This conference serves as a platform for us exchange ideas, share knowledge, and celebrate the richness of creativity and culture through the integration of music, performing arts, and social studies. We aim to explore how artistic expression can inspire understanding, innovation, and social transformation in today's world. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Rector of IC Yogyakarta and the Dean of the Faculty of Performing Arts for their continued support and encouragement. Our sincere appreciation also goes to all keynote speaker for sharing their valuable insight. Thank you so much for Mr. Dr. Muhammad Said bin Safi from Sunway University Malaysia, Mr. Patrick G.D. Wijim Hammer from Diaspora Network, the Netherlands. Thank you so much. Prof. Andre Indrawan from Indonesia, IC Yogyakarta. And via online, Mr. Dr. Liu from China and Mr. Brian from Amsterdam University and Mrs. Christina from Ecuador. Appreciation to every committee member whose dedication and hard work have made this event possible. We hope that ICOMPASS will not only enrich our academic and artistic perspective, but also strengthen our network and collaboration discipline across and nations. Once again, welcome to ICOMPASS 2025. May this conference be fruitful, inspiring, and memorable for all of us. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now receive the welcoming address from the Dean of the Faculty of Performing Arts, Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. May I respectfully invite Dr. Inyuman Chow Arsana SSNM Hum to deliver the welcoming speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nanti habis.
Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Udah.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Shalom, salam kebajikan, Rahayu untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Bapak Rektor ISI Yogyakarta, Dr. Irwandi MSN.
Gimana, Bu?
Yang saya hormati Wakil Dekan 1 FSPISI Yogyakarta. Yang saya hormati Ketua Jurusan Musik, Bapak Ibu dosen, Ketua Jurusan, Sekretaris Jurusan, Koordinator Program Studi, para mahasiswa dan segenap undangan yang saya hormati. Selamat datang di ISI Yogyakarta, di Konser Hall ISI Yogyakarta. Tentu yang saya hormati pula keynote speakers pada hari ini, Bapak Profesor Dr. Andre Indarawan M.Mus dari ISI Yogyakarta. Keynote speaker berikutnya adalah Bapak Dr. Muhammad Said bin Syafi'i dari Sunway University Malaysia. Terima kasih kehadirannya. Para speakers, Bapak Patrick Widhammer Bimus Emus ID, terima kasih. Beliau Diaspora Network Netherlands Art and Culture Task Force. Dalam sambungan daring ada speaker Dr. Liu Ka, Associate Professor, School of Music and Dance, Guizhou Education University, China. Ada juga Christina Rio Friores MA, Digital Humanities Researcher, Ecuador, dan Brian Trinanda, PhD, kandidat, Ethnomusicologist and Cultural Research, University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. Ini Mas Brian ini adalah salah satu alumnus etnomusikologi ISI Yogyakarta. Tentu yang saya hormati pula Ibu Dr. Primadona Hapsari, SPDM Hum, sebagai moderator. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada keynote speaker, dan semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Bapak Rektor dan para hadirin yang saya hormati, kegiatan konferensi ini adalah salah satu dari 6 kegiatan internasional yang dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Seni Pertunjukan pada tahun ini. Hal ini meneguhkan komitmen Fakultas Seni Pertunjukan untuk senantiasa mengoptimalisasi kinerja, mendorong terwujudnya visi misi internasionalisasi ISI Yogyakarta. Tema yang dipilih saat ini yaitu Music as an Interdisciplinary Medium, Connecting Creativity and Knowledge Beyond Boundaries, itu menegaskan bagaimana kesadaran mendudukkan musik sebagai media interdisipliner menautkan antara kreativitas dan pengetahuan. Tentu kita akan bersama-sama mendapatkan informasi, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman dari para keynote speaker dan speaker yang dihadirkan pada konferensi. Kami mengucapkan selamat kepada Prodi Musik dan kepada seluruh hadirin kami ucapkan selamat berkonferensi. Semoga semuanya bermanfaat bagi kita. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inyoman Chow Arsana SSNM Hum, for your inspiring words and warm welcome. Distinguished guests, we now come to a very special moment in our program. It is my great privilege to invite the Rector of Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta, Dr. Irwandi SSN MSN, to deliver the opening remarks and officially open the second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts and Social Studies 2025. Dr. Irwandi, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Good morning, distinguished guests, keynote speaker, and all participants. Pertama-tama marilah kita sampaikan puji syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, bahwa pada pagi hari ini kita dapat berkumpul in Concert Hall ISI Yogyakarta untuk menghadiri sebuah konferensi dengan judul International Conference on Music, Performing Art and Social Studies dengan judul Music as an Art Interdisciplinary Medium, Connecting Creativity and Knowledge Beyond Boundaries. Selanjutnya saya tentu ingin menyapa jajaran pimpinan yang hadir di sini, Pak Dekan Fakultas Seni Pertunjukan, Pak Dr. Inyoman Chow Arsana bersama Bapak Wadek 1, juga para keynote speaker yang sudah hadir, Profesor Andre Indrawat M.Hum, M.Mus dari ISI Yogyakarta, kemudian Dr. Muhammad Said bin Safi'i dari Sunway University, thank you atas kehadirannya, juga kepada segenap jajaran jurusan musik serta seluruh hadirin dosen yang hadir pada hari ini, juga para mahasiswa ya. Ini student di belakang. Ya, terima kasih sudah hadir. Kemudian saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa kami menyambut baik dan mengapresiasi upaya dari setiap unit yang ada di ISI Yogyakarta untuk bisa menerjemahkan apa yang telah menjadi visi dan misi dari ISI Yogyakarta, di mana kita juga dalam menjalankan misi tersebut, visi tersebut, kita memiliki milestone. Bagaimana ISI Yogyakarta ini as an first art university in Indonesia, kita berusaha untuk memberi pengalaman mahasiswa, to giving the experience for student and the lecturer to become an international society, international civilization sebagai penduduk dunia, sehingga kita terus berupaya melaksanakan berbagai program internasionalisasi di ISI Yogyakarta. Bahwa sekarang seni bisa semakin lentur, semakin cair antar bidang, tidak hanya bicara soal seni, tetapi juga terkait dengan ilmu-ilmu lainnya, seperti yang kita lihat pada hari ini, bagaimana musik dikombinasikan atau dilihat peririsannya dengan social studies. Untuk itu sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat kepada Fakultas Seni Pertunjukan yang menjadi salah satu dari unit pengelola program studi atau fakultas di ISI Yogyakarta yang bisa menerjemahkan misi atau visi ISI itu sebagai kampus yang kita punya target untuk menjadi world class university di bidang seni. Dan alhamdulillah sesungguhnya saat ini reputasi ISI Yogyakarta juga sudah on track menuju ke sana, ditandai dengan seringnya ISI Yogyakarta masuk dalam pemeringkatan, salah satu pemeringkatan dunia by subject untuk performing art, bahkan pernah menduduki peringkat 17 dunia. Mungkin Anda belum masuk nih mahasiswa itu, bahwa kita pernah 17 dunia untuk subjek performing art. Nah saat ini tidak di situ karena dulu pandemi dan lain sebagainya, tetapi kita masih berada di jalur itu dalam pemeringkatan QS World University Ranking. Saat ini kita berada di posisi 100-an. Tapi satu-satunya di Indonesia yang masuk dalam pemeringkatan dunia dalam subjek performing art. Tepuk tangan untuk FSP ISI Yogyakarta. Untuk itu mahasiswa, Anda harus bangga kuliah di ISI, ya. Ini mahasiswa ISI semua bukan? Atau gabungan? Coba yang ISI angkat tangan. Mahasiswa ISI, ya, oh semua ya. UGM ada nggak UGM? Akbit kan sebelah sana. Siapa tahu ada yang hadir. Untuk itu sekali lagi selamat kepada FSP, juga kepada jurusan musik Pak Kajur dan tim yang sudah mengadakan acara ini dengan berbagai upaya. Saya menyambut baik bahwa ada pembicara dari saya sebut namanya Patrick Johannes David Windhammer, BMUS M.Mus, Diaspora Network Netherlands Art and Culture. Kemudian ada Brian Trinata, KAD PhD, kandidat, jadi alumni etnomusikologi yang sedang di Belanda. Kemudian Christina Riofrio Reyes dari Ekuador, juga Dr. Liu Ka, Associate Professor School of Music Dance dari Guizhou Education University China. Untuk itu saya sampaikan juga kepada seluruh pembicara, mohon memberi pencerahan kepada para peserta dan mudah-mudahan konferensi ini bisa bermanfaat bagi kita, baik untuk para mahasiswa, juga bagi lembaga, bagi jurusan, bagi fakultas, dan bagi isi Yogyakarta. Akhir kata, selamat mengikuti konferensi ICOMPASS 2025 International Conference on Music, Performing Art, and Social Studies. Terima kasih, selamat berkolaborasi dan meningkatkan kapasitas diri melalui konferensi ini. Saya akhiri, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Pembukaannya bagaimana?
Oh, bisa. Pokok nyaman. Oh ya. Harusnya sekali. I invite everyone, Mr. to join director to open the ceremony, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Irwandi, for officially opening ICOMPASS 2025. We will now proceed to the signing of the implementation agreement. I respectfully invite Mr. Kustab as the head of music study program, Dr. Muhammad Said bin Shafi as head of music performance, Sunway University, Mr. Patrick D.D. Winhammer as the representative of Diaspora Network, the Netherlands, and Professor Dr. Andre Indrawan, M.Hum Emus.
We will take the picture together from the agreement.
Oh, well. So, we will now take a photograph together showing the IA in the implementation agreement. Please show the implementation agreement. The purpose of this implementation agreement is to outline the technical details and responsibilities of both parties in the collaboration for ICOMPASS 2025, particularly in academic contribution, speaker involvement, and joint dissemination of knowledge in the field of music and performing arts. We will now move to the token of appreciation ceremony.
Nanti habis ini.
Please stay on the stage. Thank you. We would like to invite Director Dr. Irwandi SSN MSN to join to the stage to take a pictures together.
Belum.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. Ini sekarang Pak Andre. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored to have with us today our distinguished keynote speakers. Allow me to introduce Professor Dr. Andre Indrawan M. Hum Emus. He is a professor of music at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta. He earned his Bachelor of Music with honors in 1986 from the Department of Music, Faculty of Arts, Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta. He holds 2 master's degrees, a Master of Humanities in Performance Arts Studies in 1994 from the Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and a Master of Music Studies in 2000 from the Faculty of Music, University of Melbourne, Australia. In 2010, he was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Performing Arts and Fine Arts from Universitas Gadjah Mada. In addition to his academic credentials, he holds high-level professional qualifications in classical guitar, including a teaching certificate from the Yamaha Music Foundation in Tokyo, 1996, and the Licentiate of Music Australia from the Australian Music Examination Board, or EMEB, in Melbourne, 1997. He has served as a full-time lecturer at the Indonesian Institute of the Arts Yogyakarta since 1987. He led the Department of Music as head from 2011 to 2019 across 2 consecutive terms. In recognition of his long-standing academic and professional contributions, he was appointed Professor of Music in October 2023. Professor Indrawan will share valuable insight on this theme. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Andre Indrawan M.Hum MS.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, allow me to express my warmest greetings and deepest respect to the Rector of ISI Yogyakarta, Dr. Irwandi, to all the deans, especially the Dean of the Faculty of Performing Arts, Dr. Inyoman Chau Arsana, and all heads of departments, particularly the head of our music departments, Mr. Kustap. I'm also delighted to be here with my fellow keynote speakers, Dr. Muhammad Said bin Shafi from Sunway University, Malaysia, all distinguished speakers and presenters, especially Associate Professor Dr. Liu Kei from the Schools of Music and Dance, Guizhou Education University, China, Mr. Patrick Weinhammer from Art and Culture Task Force, Diaspora Network, Netherlands, and Ms. Cristina Riofrio Reyes, a digital humanities researcher from Ecuador, and Brian Trinada K. Adi, an ethnomusicologist from the Schools for Cultural Analysis, the University of Amsterdam. Welcome to Indonesia, especially at our campus, ISI Yogyakarta, which is located in 7 District Bantul Regency, special regions of Yogyakarta, to share knowledge related to music as an interdisciplinary medium which is connecting creativity and knowledge. And of course, we appreciate the organizing committee, which composed of teacher and student of music department, the Faculty of Performing Arts, Indonesian Institute of the Arts Yogyakarta, who have worked tirelessly to make this meaningful event possible. It is both a pleasure and an honor to speak before you today at the 2nd International Conference on Music, Performing Arts, and Social Studies 2025. My presentation title is The Direction of Western Music Studies in Indonesian Higher Arts Education, a Musicological Perspective. The focus of my discussion this morning are first, music study as a site of cultural reflection. Second, Western music as global academic practice. And third, Indonesia's higher arts educations as unique context. We gather here not merely to present research findings, but to share reflections on how our disciplines evolve, respond to change, and remain relevant to culture. The topic I bring today is both a personal reflection and an institutional observation on how Western music as a field of study continues to find new meaning within Indonesia's arts education systems. Next, please. The key question that I want to discuss here is, what kind of directions are we actually taking? When we speak about Western music in non-Western context, one fundamental question is, what direction are we really taking? Pedagogical, disciplinary, or cultural? This question has accompanied me for many years as an educator and researcher in Indonesia. It is not only academic, it is existential to our role as teachers of Western music in an Eastern environment. Next. In the global context, Western music studies should be considered through three assumptions. First, Western music studies now exist worldwide. Second, each region reinterprets it through local pedagogy. And third, Indonesia as one of the few nations with full Western music programs. In today's world, Western music coexists with a vast array of traditions, the gamelan music, popular music, jazz, and countless ethnic expressions. Thus, studying Western music here is never a natural act. It is always a process of negotiation between global heritage and local identity, between inherited canon and living culture. Next, historical roots. Now let's trace back the historical roots of Western music studies in the context of Indonesian tertiary institutions. Western music education in Indonesia began during the colonial period when European missionaries and Dutch schools introduced musical notation, harmony, and also choir practice. After independence, these traditions of Western music studies became institutionalized in Yogyakarta, the cultural and academic heart of Java. In 1964, Yogyakarta Indonesian Academy of Music, that its original name was Akademi Musik Indonesia Yogyakarta, mostly known in its Indonesian abbreviation as AMI Yogyakarta, was established. The birth of Academy. However, the Academy were initially developed from the historical school known as the Sekolah Musik Indonesia, or Indonesian Schools of Music, abbreviated as the SMIND, S-M-I-N-D, in Yogyakarta. The school was established 12 years before. That was in 1952 by the Directorate of Culture of the Ministry of Education and Culture. 5 years later, in 1957, its program was split into two divisions, the SMIND A for secondary school level and the SMIND B for tertiary level of music education. In 1964, the SMIND A then was developed to be a 4 years high schools for music, or the Sekolah Menengah Musik, which is well known in its Indonesian abbreviations, the SMM. Currently, the school has been further transformed to be a 3 years program of vocational high school, nowadays known as the Sekolah Menengah Keterampilan, or popularly abbreviated as the SMK, which specializes in classical music performance. At the same time, in 1964, the SMIND B was transformed to be the Indonesian Academy of Music, or the AMI Yogyakarta. That was the beginning of formal Western-oriented music studies taught in Indonesian higher education. The AMI Yogyakarta was supported by 13 local musicians and music educators as its teaching staffs. 5 of them were vocal teachers, including the head of academy, Mr. RMAP Suhascarya. He was a Yogyakarta court musician and dancer that held a Master of Music degree from Peabody Conservatory, Johns Hopkins University in the USA. We had 2 piano teachers, and the remaining were 1 teacher for each instrument, such as 1 violin teacher, 1 percussion, 1 contrabass, 1 flute, and 1 teacher for trombone. During that time, there were more international faculties than the locals. We were supported by 21 international teaching staffs, mostly from the Netherlands. There were 3 from the USA, 9 from the Netherlands, 1 from Russia, 1 from Switzerland, 2 from Austria, 1 from Australia, 2 from Germany, 1 from Japan, and 1 from New Zealand. During that times, they were not merely educating local students, but the more important was preparing the near future local generations of teaching staffs. It was aimed at maintaining the sustainability of Western music education at the AMI Yogyakarta. As the result, selected graduates were then promoted to teaching positions, and one of them is me. Next, please. Next screen, yeah. 2 decades later, in 1984, the academy merged with 2 institutions. The first is the Indonesian Academy of Dance Arts, Akademi Seni Tari Indonesia, or abbreviated as ASTI, and the second institution was the Indonesian Academy of Fine Arts, Akademi Seni Rupa Indonesia, or the ASRI, to become the current Indonesian Institute of the Arts Yogyakarta, nowadays known as ISI Yogyakarta. After affiliated with ISI Yogyakarta, the ASRI was directly transformed to be the Faculty of Fine Arts and Design, and ASTI became the Faculty of Arts. However, AMI Yogyakarta was being the departments of music together with other programs of ASTI, such as dance, theater, and the gamelan or karawitan, transformed to be new departments under the Faculty of Arts, now being the Faculty of Performing Arts. During that time, ISI Yogyakarta also established the new faculty, not the Faculty of Music, but the Faculty of Non-Degree Arts, known as the FNGK, Fakultas Non-Degree Non-Gelar Kesenian, where the 3 years performer diploma in music was among its vocational programs offered in all fields of arts, including performing and fine arts. Unfortunately, the faculty can only last for 1 period, so it must be closed. During the first decade of ISI Yogyakarta, the department was accommodating the original 3 undergraduate programs of AMI Yogyakarta. They were undergraduate program in schools music, and the second is music literacy program, and the third one, a music theory composition. By about the first half of 1990s, the programs were consolidated into a new single program, the Musical Arts Study Program, Program Studi Seni Musik. The program was offering 2 elective concentrations packages. The first is school music, and the second is musicology. Over time, additional elective packages were introduced, performance and compositions in 2004, followed by the pop jazz concentrations in 2007. In 2011, the Department of Music received a national grant to develop industry-based curricula. As the result, in 2014, through a series of workshops and discussions, 5 concentration packages were restructured into 3 new separated undergraduate programs. The first is Music Performance Program, or Program Studi Penyajian Musik, merging classical and pop jazz concentrations. The second is Music Composition Program, or Program Studi Penciptaan Musik, developed from the early program of Theory and Composition. And the third is Music Education Program, from School Music or Educational Music Concentrations. Meanwhile, the original Music Arts Program remained the academic home. By 2015, all new study programs received their operational licenses, and since 2021, each study program has to define its own specializations or focus, whether in composition, performance, or education. The specialization led us to a crucial question. What then remains as the intellectual focus of the music study program itself? This question became the turning point of redefining the study program's academic identity. ISI Yogyakarta today mirrors a microcosm of epistemic negotiation among genres, disciplines, and cultural values. The music study program, once an umbrella for all, was asked to reduce instrumental practice and focus instead on reflective analytical studies. This led to the creations of several new courses. Among them are Musicology 1, Musicology 2, and Musicology 3. These were not designed to compete with performance or composition, but to establish musicology as a distinct discipline, connecting theory, analysis, and culture. Musicology thus became the intellectual backbone of Western music studies at ISI Yogyakarta. The role of musicology at ISI Yogyakarta is threefold. First, it distinguishes the music program from others. Second, it bridges performance, composition, and education. And third, it builds comprehensive understanding of Western music in the Indonesian context. In essence, it unites the craft of performing, the creativity of composing, and the pedagogy of teaching, forming a holistic vision of music as both art and knowledge. At the classroom level, our musicology curriculum follows 3 progressive stages. First, understanding disciplinary boundaries, introducing historical, theoretical, sociological, aesthetic, and critical approaches. Second, repertoire-based studies, exploring early music, world music, opera, concert repertoire, jazz, pop, and media music, such as film or television. And third, applied musicological studies, analyzing the role of music in performance, composition, technology, and creative economy. Through these stages, students see that studying musicology is not only about Western music, but about how music acquires meaning in culture. Our pedagogical focus is captured in the transitions from studying Western music to studying Western music in Indonesia. The key learning outcomes include analytical reasoning and reflective thinking, academic writing competence, and cultural contextualizations of music knowledge. The students use both IMRAD pattern, introduction, method, result, and discussion, and the PREC structure, that is point, reason, evidence, conclusion, introduced in Professor Irwan Abdullah Scholar Foundation training to build clarity in reasoning and writing. They learn that musicology is a way of thinking, connecting sound, theory, and social meaning. The Kapita Selecta course, commonly offered across Indonesian universities, and therefore has different content based on different fields of studies. Because of this reason, the course takes a distinct form in our music program. The course is set in 7th semester. As the prerequisite, its participants should have passed 3 semesters musicology subjects first. Here, students synthesize their musicological learning by collaboratively producing an anthology of essays. We combine the IMRAD and the PREC concepts with our institutional assessment rubric provided in our academic information system. Learning progresses are assessed through 5 structures rubrics. For mid-semester exam, students propose collaborative paper topics, create 5 keywords, and write the introduction section. Through collaborative tasks, students construct point and reason sentences based on keywords created by a relevant work group. In individual quizzes, each conducts library research based on keywords and then reported in the form of annotated bibliography. As a practicum, students write a short theoretical framework through literature review as an evidence and followed by a conclusion statement. And for final exam, students assemble a draft of a book chapter by using the IMRAD concept. The teacher then will compile the student collaborative works into a draft of Kapita Selecta book in musicology. This structured process allows students to think, write, and collaborate as young musicologists. The case of ISI Yogyakarta reflects a broader Asian transformation, for example, from Malaysia to Philippines, where Western music programs are redefining their academic and cultural identities. It shows that Asia is not merely adopting Western frameworks, but actively reinterpreting them with its own intellectual traditions. I believe the future direction lies in contextual musicology, a synthesis of analytical rigor and cultural awareness. This approach opens new paths for integrating digital humanities into music research, fostering cross-traditional collaboration, and building inclusive academic networks across nations. Western music then is no longer a canon to imitate, but a mirror through which we understand ourselves. Let us return to our central question. What is the directions of Western music studies in Indonesia today? I would say the direction is toward reflection, not East or West, not tradition or innovation, but dialogue. Western music in Indonesia is no longer about imitation. It is about interpretation, transformation, and meaning-making. As I often tell my students, musicology is not merely the study of music, but the study of how music becomes meaningful in our place and time. Before I close, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the leadership of ISI Yogyakarta for their vision and support, to ICOMPASS 2025 committee for their hard work, to my fellow keynote speakers for their insights, and to all participants for joining this meaningful dialogue. May this conference remind us that music in any form is not only something we perform, but something through which we understand ourselves, our culture, and our shared humanity. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a meaningful and inspiring day ahead.
Thank you, Professor Indrawan, for that enlightening presentation. Your insights have truly set the tone for today's discussion. Please, everyone, give him another round of applause. First, let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Said bin Shafi. Dr. Shafi served as a program leader for the BA Music Performance at Sunway University, where he is also a senior lecturer. Additionally, he holds the position of assistant professor at the Institute of Music, UCSI University. His outstanding contributions to the field have been recognized through numerous accolades, including the Research Excellence Award 2023 for Best Art and Creative Award from UCSI University. He was also a finalist in the prestigious Young Composers competition by the Asian Composers League in 2016. Please join me giving a warm welcome to Dr. Muhammad Said bin Shafi. Well, please everyone give another round of applause.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and good morning to all of the audience today. This is a very magical moment for me to get to know new friends from EC, Yogyakarta, and also to see a lot of young musicians, young artists under the same roof with me together, and it's a very, very magical moment. All right. In these presentations that I'm going to deliver, mainly, to talk about interdisciplinary music, and it is very, very close to what I do in my arts. And to be honest with you, it is not really comfortable to sit here, and I hope that I'm allowed to walk around the stage. Yeah, Pak? Okay. Talking about interdisciplinary music, mainly, to explore the idea of how we can use music and also how music can basically interact with other disciplines. And that's what mainly my compositional output is all about. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we go into a deeper discussion about interdisciplinary music, I just want to give you the little context of what this presentation will be. All right, so this presentation mainly will focus on how me as a composer apply interdisciplinary music into my work. All right, so in my presentation after this, you're going to see what are the strategies, what are the methods, what are the ways, what are the options that I have when it comes to composing music using interdisciplinary concept. Okay, hopefully we can play that sound, play that piece. Can we play that piece? There's a link on the previous slide. On the previous slide. Slide sebelum, yeah. Yeah, can we click to that link? Possible? Okay, if it's not possible, it's fine. I hope that these slides are going to be reach out to you individually so that you can listen to the slide. Okay, but let's move on to the presentation. Okay, next slide. All right. It is also really important to think about when we talk about interdisciplinary music. We are not actually creating something new, okay? Music is always there, working interdisciplinary, working or I would say correlate or connecting to other disciplines. So I give you a few examples over here. So you can see like music and mathematics, right? So when we look at proportions, when we look at divisions. We always work mathematically when we play rhythms in music, right? So rhythms always have time, rhythm always have proportions, right? So it's always there. You know, of course we are talking about fundamental mathematics method until Xenakis come out with a formalized music. You know, Xenakis come out with a very deeper mathematical methods, and he convert that complex mathematical method into his compositions, right? So still, it is not something new. It is, we just enhance it, right? So when we talk about interdisciplinary music, we are not creating something new, we enhanced it, right? Okay, another example, music and language. Of course, you know, music and language, it's involved phrasing, it's involved proportions, it's involved phrasing, it involves contour, it's also involved sections, you know, similar to language. When we speak, when we write, we are talking about structure, we are talking about phrasing, right? Similar to music when we work with melodies, right? But until Hans Abrahamsen, a Danish composer, extended very deep, you know, when he introduced the technique of constraint in musical writing. Constrained musical writing, when Hans Abrahamsen thinking about how we can manipulate language, you know, how we can manipulate melodies into like removing certain part of structure. Then it was inspired by another novel by Paul Griffin, 2008, where it's only 418 vocabulary, you know, was written in that novel. Let me tell you the piece of the novel, and then Hans Abrahamsen used the same concept, you know, very limited vocabulary, and then limit all of the structure and contour in phrase, and come out with his piece, Let Me Tell You, 2014. Check out that piece. Check out the concept of interdisciplinary by Hans Abrahamsen, where he dig deeper on how interdisciplinary music can work collaboratively with language. It is a very interesting piece. Okay, so again, it's not something new. We are not creating new. We just enhance it when it comes to interdisciplinary music. Okay, another example, music and psychology. Of course, when we talk about emotions, when we talk about psychologically, when we talk about harmony, right? It's always involved balance, it's involved resolution, and also perception in harmony, right? When in music, you know, from Mozart to Beethoven, from Beethoven to Liszt, from Debussy to Schoenberg, right? And up until we meet George Crumb, you know, composers who explore deeper level of emotions in his music, in their music mainly, right? So in psychologically, you know, across the eras and across the centuries, human explore psychologically in emotions. Same goes to music, where composers now go deeper into, into creating new sets of emotions, you know, that relates to our daily activities and daily lives, right? So again, it's not something new, it's more on enhancing, right? So when we discuss about interdisciplinary music, interdisciplinary arts, it's not something new, we enhance it. Okay, next slide, please. But today, my intention is basically to share with you on how me personally, as a composer, you know, work interdisciplinary together with architecture. So in my presentation after this, you're going to see my compositions, how do I work with interdisciplinary, how do I tackle some issues, strategize and everything, right? So before we start, let me just introduce myself. I'm Syed Shafi'i. I'm from Surrey University. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a composer. I'm also a saxophonist. And usually when I'm on stage, I perform. And this is something new, something amazing, right? Every day we learn new things. Okay, so let's move on to my presentation. So music and architecture. in order for me to deliver this speech, right, I am going to focus on my project that I call The Sound of Gaudi. All right. In this album, I managed to compose 10 total pieces. Okay, so, and most of the pieces are basically talking about how do I, as a composer, work with architecture, specifically from one architecture from Barcelona, Spain, Antonio Gaudi. All right, so in this work, all of the pieces are basically related to this specific architect named Antonio Gaudi from Barcelona. Okay. And we are going to go deeper and deeper when we talk about interdisciplinary approach towards architecture and how do I manage it in this project. Next slide. Okay, so in this album, while I'm developing all of the pieces in this album, there are two main approach when it comes to working with architecture. I call it, number one, systematic, where I have a very systematic way of how am I dealing with the materials. What kind of pitch, what kind of chords, or what kind of structure, what kind of this, what kind of that. It's very systematic. All right, and then the second approach is intuitive, gerak hati, right? In bahasa gerak hati. So intuitive, mainly based on my own experiencing the building. We're talking about the physical building in Barcelona. Okay, so I went back and forth, from the United Kingdom and Barcelona to really experience the building. So there are 13 buildings in Barcelona altogether, created by Antonio Gaudi. So in order for me to get that intuitiveness or gerak hati, I went to visit all of this building and I note down. I'm going to explain a little deeper later on. All right. So there are two main approach, which is systematic and intuitive. And in order for me to create, or in order for me to get a new findings from all of this data, I tried to combine it, intuitive and systematic, in order for me to see what kind of output that I'm going to get from this combination. Okay, so the next slide, you are going to see some example on how I'm dealing with systematic, how I'm dealing with intuitive, and also how I combined it. Okay, so Geometry Supremacy 2016 is a piece where I composed based on geometrical system or geometrical ideas and concept from one of his building in Barcelona, Sagrada Familia. Okay, it's a church, all right? And if you happen to be in Barcelona and if you happen to visit this building, you are going to be mesmerized on how Antonio Gaudi pushed a little bit further on the idea of geometry. And I was like mesmerizing, and I was like, during my trip, during my visit, it's really, really amazing. And I took that concept of geometry into this composition. Geometry Supremacy is a piece I composed for large orchestra. Large, I mean like double size of the orchestra. Okay, so the main concept that I want to explore in this piece is hyperbolic paraboloid. Okay, it's let me give you such example. It's like one flat paper, right? Where we like, curved it. This method of geometry is very, very popular among architects, right? So how do I interpret this into music? How do I look into intensity of the surface, right? So from flat surface, now it becomes curves. And when you tweak it, or when you have a diagonally spectrum, so the surfaces are now not equally curved. Each curves are mainly different, right? So how do I convert this idea towards my composition? Okay. So, from this idea of hyperbolic paraboloid, I'm looking into the rule of surface, how two non-parallel guiding lines interact to each other, and how do I work with my materials in music. In architecture, usually it's used for roof to shells, and also canopies. Okay, and it also symbolizes balance between tension and compression. Okay, now can we go to the next slide? What you see on screen right now is one of the excerpts from the piece. Okay, like I said, it's for huge orchestra. And the scores that you see on the screen right now is only for strings. Okay, so it was written individually for each players of the orchestra. All right, so if you look at the contour of the piece, right, it's involved a lot of timings, a lot of precisions toward time, and in order for me to achieve the intensity of the sound. Each players are responsible to play precisely in order for us to achieve the intensity of the curves that I'm trying to achieve. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, from a different section of the piece, what I drew over here, this is just a zoom in, right? This is a zoom in from the score. So these are from string sections. One part of the scores, you can see the intention of getting the sound intensity. Visually, yes. Visually, I can present to you the curves that are intended to do, right? But the most important methods or the most important way for me to achieve this is basically time, right? I have really carefully to work with time because this is composed for live orchestra, so the musicians are going to be briefed accordingly on how they have to come in at the right time, at the right place in order to achieve the intensity. Okay, next slide, please. There is another example where two materials are basically collide to each other, and then we are trying to achieve two, I would say, curving lines developing towards certain directions, certain goals, all right? So if you look at the rhythmic materials, it becomes more intense, with all of the small materials, each lines on the strings. Okay, next slide, please. Another example on the next slide, where two materials are now developed towards different directions. So if you look at all of the materials that all of the materials on the green line over there, it's slowly changing to the red line. Okay, this is excerpt from the Winds Orchestra. Okay, so the question is, how do I interpret this into composition, right? Into music. Mainly because the idea of parabolite is mainly changes, the constant changes of the surface, right? So the music is basically talking about changes in the material, but it's always in a subtle way. All right? All of the phrases and all of the sections in this piece are moving and changing in a very subtle way, just like hyperbolic, paraboloid. Okay, so that's basically how, I work systematically, using materials from architecture, from Sagrada Familia, specifically for this piece. Okay, so that is one of the examples. Okay, I have few more other examples, but not in this presentation, where, I work systematically with the materials, with the architecture directly. Okay, on the next slide, I'm going to share with you how do I compose intuitively using intuitive, gerak hati, right? So like I mentioned, the second method or the second approach is mainly based on my own expectation and my own experience. So I divide it into 3 stages, when I work with when I work with the building. Number 1, I would say pre-preparation, meaning I prep myself. I prepped my mental, I prepped my physical preparation before I even visited the building. Remember, I try not to read anything about the building. Okay, and I aim to visit the building for certain hours. Okay, and then when I reach to the city and when I reach to the building, I make sure that my tools, my equipments, my voice recorder, my pen, my notebook, everything is ready easily. And I'm gonna make sure that I visited that place alone. Okay, and make sure that I time accordingly and I set all of the requirements. I know everything in and out, what time they open and what time they close and everything. I make sure that I'm full, I'm not hungry, That's basically the stage that I have to take in order for me to get the actual data. And then after the visit, right? After the visit, I have to sit down, managing all of the data that I have, transcribe everything that I have, sorting out, and then analyze all of the data. Okay, so devious dimension is a piece where I intuitively working with Casamia. Casamia is another building from Antonio Gaudí in Barcelona. You can visit Casamia if you like. Can we go to the next slide? So this is one of the photos from Casamia. Okay, one thing about Antonio Gaudí, when you visit the building, the use of morphological, shapes, right? The use of colors, the use of lines, curves, it's extensive. Gaudí is very imaginative, and from one picture, it clearly shows you that what you are going to expect when you visit the building, right? So during that visit, this was 2014, the visit was 2014. During that visit, I spent, I would say, around 6 hours in that building alone. I collect all of the data. Okay, and I just want to share you this story, okay? I still remember on that certain floor where I visited the space. Basically, Casamia is a house, okay? It's a complex house. So they have like 4 or 5 floors, and then they have few units in one floor. Okay, I still remember when I visited one of the units, and I felt lost, I felt like I'm running into like a maze, because the extensions of curves in this building, very, very intricate, where, I feel like dizzy a little bit. I'm not sure where am I see this before, and then I was like walking around and see same things. It was amazing, and I decided to sit down and write down everything that I experienced during that moment. Okay, another amazing experience where when I've decided to walk down the stairs. Right? When I've decided to walk down the stairs, every floor, every decorations in that building are different. I feel like I was spiraling down in Alice in Wonderland, something, And it was amazing, very stimulating in terms of the colors, in terms of the experience, right? And the feeling of not being relatively real in a place was amazing, So I took that moment to collect all of the data, collect all of the inspiration coming from it, and then write it down. And again, to remind you that this project, Devious Dimension, is working intuitively. Everything should come from myself. Nothing with systematically from Casamia. Everything must be coming from myself. All right? So I composed the piece, and next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, how do I interpret the feeling of lostness, the feeling of being overwhelmed, the feeling of being unreal when I visited that building, where I divided the piece into different section. If you look at there, player number 1, they are free to decide which sections they want to play first. player number 2, on the green side, they can decide which sections they want to perform first. Okay, and then the piece was decided that one section only 2 minutes. So every 2 minutes, they are going to move to the next sections where they decided to play. So for example, the green player, they are going to perform first section on the bottom line, and then they're going to move to the fourth line, which is section 2, every 2 minutes. With that kind of strategy, the output, the musical outputs, and also the performance experience basically portray the similar feelings and similar ideas that I had when I visit that building. The conversation that I had with the performers, to make sure that you feel lost, to make sure that you are not sure what other people are doing during the performance. So the outcome of the music and the outcome of the performance is basically portrayed the similar ideas and similar intentions that I have when I visit Casamiya. Okay, so the clips that are supposed to be played on the second slide is actually this piece. So if you have time, you can listen to this piece. It's very unreal, because it's also involved electronics a little bit, and also involved meta saxophone that been altered electronically. It was performed in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, 2015. Okay, so that's how I work intuitively in relation to interdisciplinary in architecture. Okay, next one. This is where I combine this systematic approach and intuitive approach. Okay, so the piece, Curse of the Dragon Bones, was inspired by a building called Casa Bayo, also in Barcelona. Okay, Casa Bayo is also a house, but a smaller house compared to Casamiya. Okay, Casa Bayo got like 6 floors, and I was I was interested with the floor plan. If you see one of the floor plan from Casa Bayo, a lot of curves, right? Can you imagine going into a building with a lot of curves? You are basically not sure, your reality. It's a dreamy kind of feeling, right? And that image on the right-hand side is basically the attic room. And it represents like a dragon bones, like a dragon ribs, okay? And on top of the building, it's literally dragon. So you can Google, you can search Casa Bayo, and you're going to see like literal dragon skin on the building. So Gaudi is that extensive. All right, so from this idea, can we go to the next slide? So from this idea, I'm trying to explain to you on how do I work systematically. So when it comes to systematically, meaning I'm not controlling my materials. The materials are coming from the building itself, right? So I took the pictures from the floor plan, okay? I adapt serialism method and also enhancing the systematic intention in the music. On the intuitive side, I use phenomenological process where it involves designs, it involves colors, how do I interpret colors, how do I interpret shapes, all right? And then how do I work with very extensive materials where, those melodic lines was presented in a duet setting. Okay, can we go to the next slide? More information that you can see from the next slide. So, what I did was, from the actual floor plan, I assigned pitches, right? So, I assigned pitches on all of the grids, and then whenever the building comes to that specific block or specific grid, they get that kind of pitch. So, how do I, so the problem here is, it's going to be very extensive, when it comes to the pitch. So in order for me to limit it, comes with my intuitive, where I present it in a duet setting. If you look at the green color, okay, that's basically horn and harp. Flute and horn. So the piece was composed for flute and horn at the very beginning of the piece. So when you listen to this piece, most materials are presented by flute and horn at the very beginning of the piece. And then it moves to violin and cello. Right? So I presented into a duet setting because the materials, the pitches are extensive. That's where my intuitive comes in, to make sure that I can moderate it, from systematic to intuitive. And then the second part of the piece, because a lot of things happening with the curved lines, and now I change it to textural exploration. So in this piece, on the second half of it, it's mostly explore textural, how this combination of this instrument, the roughness of the sound, some extended techniques happening also in this piece. Okay, so just to give you the idea on how intuitive and systematically can be combined in my project. Okay, so we have explored systematic approach. We also explored intuitive approach, and I also explained to you a little bit about how do I combine it, right? So now, next slide, please. What I've learned from this project after all. Okay, that's the most important part. As a person, as a composer, we need to know what we learn from it, right? So I divided into 4 category of learning, 4 concepts. So I just read it to you, all right? Psychologically, the connection between music and architecture is not just artistic, but human. Okay? We're talking about space, we're talking about pillars, we're talking about moments, right? And, it involves imagination, motivation, innovation, as much as humans explore knowledge. Okay? Psychologically, philosophically, all right. So in terms of the practical part of it, I would be able to see architecture as a medium to explore my musical ideas. Now I can use architecture to export my creativeness, my creativity, my intuition. I can use architecture to process my inner thoughts, express my musicality, right? Musically, it expands my conceptual thinking in music making, right? I seek compositional solutions, I create meaningful impact, and also my output are going to be more impactful after that, all right? And personally, it breaks my own boundaries, right? There are no longer music or architecture, it's just new form. It's just a form, it's just a motion, it's just a perception. It breaks my divideness. This is architecture, this is music. No, I'm no longer seeing that thing anymore. Architecture is architecture, music is music. No, this is just form. This is just motion. So it changed my perception, it changed my thinking. Okay? So that's what I learned throughout this project. The next slide. Okay, now, why we have to discuss about interdisciplinary music, or interdisciplinary in general? Of course, we have to connect it. We are talking about connections from other disciplines to music, from music to other disciplines. We also have to innovate, right? We have to find innovations in what we are doing. If you're a pianist, you're not going to play same thing for 30 years. If you're a composer, you're not writing Cinta, Cinta, Cinta for 30 years, right? We innovate, right? And of course, to create, as an artist, you create new things. You create new arts. You share new arts. You're standing on stage sharing with your friends and families, and also with your fellow musicians, yeah? And also, lastly, to discover. All right? And this cycle going and going and going, So after I discover the sound of Gaudi, I still try to connect the whole idea once again, and the cycle never stops. Because humans should not stop learning, right? So the cycle of interdisciplinary conceptually never stops. So whatever things that interest you, even though you are a pianist, even though you are a violinist, if you are interested in shoemaking, for example, take it as one of your interests and try to connect it. Okay, and then you innovate, and then you create, and then you discover, and then you reconnect it once again, and the cycle will never stop. All right? It is very, very important for us as a musician to also enhance our interest towards something else. Don't ever think that you are a musician, you only play music. No. You are a musician, you're supposed to celebrate life. When we talk about life, we also talk about other disciplines, right? Architecture, engineering, mathematics, medics, everything in life. Okay? So we are very, very fortunate because we are musicians and we are able to do all that. All right, and next slide. And why all of this happened? Because at the end of it, the goal is always to create or to enhance or to develop or to, I would say, explore your own creativity. Okay? Before this, traditionally, when we learn, when we get something or when we create something, it's always going one direction, which is creativity, right? But in interdisciplinary arts or interdisciplinary music, it can go both ways. Creativity to interdisciplinary or interdisciplinary to creativity. Because we are living in the 21st century, everything are more diverse, everything are more open. We are also celebrating the way, the thought process between interdisciplinary and also our creativity. Okay, I would like to invite you to read one of the articles talking about creativities from Kaufman and Bagetto. These two guys, they are talking about the 4 C's of creativity model. All right, 4 C's means small creativity, medium creativity, big creativity, and super creativity. So please go and read that paper, and it's going to give you more ideas on how you as an artist, as a musician, as a musicologist, can be more creative, in whatever that you are doing as a musician. Okay, so next slide. So that's basically my presentation for today. I'm very delighted to be here, to be invited to be a speaker for this event, meaningful event. And when I look at the title, Interdisciplinary Music, I feel like, okay, now we are talking about this. Now the region, talking about this. From the last speaker's point at the conclusion where, when he mentioned about music in Indonesia is talking about revolutions, we expand now. We are not only study Western music, we evolve. We contribute new things. We deliver new ideas and concepts. That's basically what we are doing right now. All right, we are talking about interdisciplinary music. We connect all of the mediums around us, and I'm glad, that we have this kind of session, we have this kind of topic with young musicians and young artists in ISI Yogyakarta. And once again, thank you very much, and I hope that these sessions give you more ideas on your journey as a musician. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shafi, for that insightful presentation. Please once again give him applause. Before we continue with our panel discussions, let us take a moment to enjoy a special musical performance. They will performing L'Orfeo by Claudio Monteverdi. Claudio Monteverdi, arguably the earliest opera still frequently performed. It retells the ancient Greek myth of the legendary poet and musician Orfeo and his quest to rescue his wife, Eurydice, from Hades, the realm of the dead. Giant Francesco Malipiero later transcribed Monteverdi's L'Orfeo music into ritornelli e sinfonie, interludes and instrumentals for l'Orfeo, allowing it to be played by a modern seven-voice string ensemble. Please give our today's performer applause. What a wonderful performance, a review by Claudio Monteverdi by Music Department students ICI Yogyakarta. Let's give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our moderator of today's session, Dr. Primadona Hapsari, SPD MHUM, to come to the stage. Allow me to introduce Dr. Primadona Hapsari, SPD MHUM, a distinguished lecturer from the Faculty of Fine Arts and Design at ICI Yogyakarta. She currently serves as the head of the Conservation Arts Study Program. Her expertise spans across cultural heritage conservation, language education, and cultural tourism research. She has presented at numerous international conferences in Japan, Hungary, Bangladesh, and Singapore, and has collaborated with prestigious institutions including the Danube University Krems in Austria and the National University of Singapore. Currently pursuing her doctorate in anthropology at Universitas Gadjah Mada, her research focuses on the preservation of Balinese Lontar manuscripts and cultural literacy programs. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Primadona Hapsari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, dear colleagues, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for the second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts and Social Studies, or ICOMPASS 2025, which the topic is music as an interdisciplinary medium connecting creativity and knowledge boundaries. My name is Primadona Hapsari, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Today, we are going to dive into insightful presentation of 4 speakers. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce our speakers. The first is Patrick Johannes David Winchhammer, BMUS MUS ED. He's a Diaspora Network Netherlands for Art and Culture Task Force. And then the second, we have Priyan Trinanda Adi, PhD candidate. He is an ethnomusicologist and cultural researcher from School for Cultural Analysis, University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. And then the third, we have Christina Riori Ries. He is a digital humanities researcher and she is from Ecuador. And then the fourth, we have Dr. Li Kui. He is an associate professor from School of Music and Dance, Guangzhou Education University, China. They will share their thoughts and expertise on various topics on music, performing arts, and social studies. Before the presentation begins, let me tell you how this conference will run. First, each speaker will present the material for about 20 minutes. After all speakers finish their presentation, following that, we will have a question and answer session for approximately 30 minutes. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker today is Patrick Johannes David Winchhammer. I will give him a brief introduction of our first speaker. He is a diaspora network of the Netherlands, arts and culture. He's also a classical pianist and pedagogue. He holds master degree in music education from Royal Conservatoire of The Hague, the Netherlands, with perfect score of 10 for piano recital in 2017. He has been also collecting professional experiences for concert, festivals, competitions, conducting, coaching, keynote speeches, and teaching, and etc. Without further ado, please warmly welcome first speaker Patrick Johannes David Winshammer. To begin the presentation entitled Returning Diaspora, Making a Home Way from Home, the floor is yours. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests. Selamat pagi, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, mahasiswi-mahasiswa yang saya kasihi. Salam seni, salam Nusantara, sukacita bagi kita semua. Mari kita ke slide pertama. Okay. My name is Patrick Johannes David Wijnhamer, and I am honored to speak today, not only as a musician and cultural practitioner, but as a member of the Indonesia Diaspora Network, the Netherlands, currently assigned within the Task Force of Art and Cultures. Slide berikut. The next slide, please. Today's theme is deeply personal. I speak as someone who once lived abroad as a diaspora and now returns, a returning diaspora, eager to contribute to Indonesia through music, education, and cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy. Slide berikut. Diaspora musicians like myself occupy a unique position. Why? We are both knowledge carriers and cultural ambassadors. We bridge continents, cultures, and generations. Slide berikut. As a Dutch citizen from Dutch Indonesian descent, who was born and raised in the Netherlands, my education was rooted in Western classical tradition. From a young age, I was trained under the rigorous discipline of Russian piano masters. And by age of 9, I was already studying at the Royal Conservatoire of The Hague, continuing there through all my degrees, performing classical pieces from one European whole to the other. But my story is not only about classical piano. Alongside Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms, I learned how to play Indonesian instruments like gamelan, but also the angklung, a bamboo instrument deeply embedded in Indonesian tradition. This dual training allowed me to create musical hybridity that reflects both my heritage and my lived experience. So always value your experiences and your lived experience because they are very valuable, yeah? Slide berikutnya. Over the years, I had the opportunity to lead angklung orchestras across the Netherlands. I blended my classical expertise with Indonesia's vibrant musical tradition, performing in cities like The Hague, Rotterdam, and Amsterdam, to mention a few. These concerts were more than just performances, because they were moments of intercultural dialogue. Music became a language of diplomacy, fostering deeper understanding between cultures and nations. Slide berikut. One of my most meaningful experiences was collaborating with the Embassy of Indonesia in the Netherlands. These performances weren't merely artistic events. They were acts of public diplomacy. Slide berikut. According to Joseph Nye, soft power is the ability to shape preferences through appeal and attraction, rather than coercion. Music in this context is a potent soft power tool. As Jan Melissen has also noted, the role of non-state actors, including artists and diaspora members, is vital in today's new public diplomacy. By performing under the auspices of the embassy, we contributed to Indonesia's global image, not as passive entertainers, but as active agents of cultural influence. Slide berikut. Scholars like Nancy Snow emphasize that diplomacy today requires narrative agents, storytellers who can authentically represent a nation's soul. And diaspora musicians do precisely that. Our identities allow us to convey authentic stories of Indonesia, stories not found in textbooks or policy briefings. In this way, we act as cultural diplomats, bridging gaps between Indonesia and the world. Let's look at some examples. Yo-Yo Ma's Silk Road Project, promoting intercultural collaboration. Or Ravi Shankar, a diaspora figure who globalized Indian classical music. And Lang Lang, how he reshapes global perception of Chinese music education. Slide berikut. So what can we grasp from these examples? These cases show us that cultural diplomacy is most powerful when it is personal. As one of the world's most populous nations, with a rich history of global interaction, Indonesia holds immense untapped potential, especially if it strategically embraces and empowers its talented returning diaspora to drive innovation, cultural diplomacy, and national development. Next. Let us pause to reflect on a critical distinction between diaspora and returning diaspora. Diaspora members often carry an idealized image of their homeland, a phenomenon explained by Anderson's imagined communities, where nationalism is experienced through emotion and narrative, often more intensely from abroad. As Schaeffer and Safron note, diaspora communities often show stronger cultural attachment than locals. I can highly recommend you to go out to the world, to travel, to meet with people. Then you will understand what you have. And how precious everything is what you might consider normal. This longing for home, combined with a desire to belong, creates a strong motivation to return and contribute. Slide berikut. The decision to return is both emotional and strategic. Returning diaspora bring not only artistic skill, but also a different standard of pedagogy, professionalism, and artistic integrity. Please listen carefully. Different standard. There is no value judgment here. Yeah? I'm not saying one more than the other. We live in modern times. There's a different standard of pedagogy, professionalism, and artistic integrity. Slide berikut. The training we received as European musicians exposed us to standards of performance, which is a competitive international environment. There is rigorous discipline involved that I now wish to share when given the opportunity with the next generation of Indonesian musicians. Next. This return is fueled by a triad of identity, nostalgia, and gratitude, a desire to give back to the ancestral homeland that shaped me even from a distance. Next. Let's now look at the evolving legal framework in Indonesia. The 1999 law, number 37 on foreign relations, positions diplomacy as the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, recent legal developments signal a paradigm shift. Presidential Regulation number 190/2024 established the Ministry of Culture, and Ministerial Regulation number 1/2024 defined its role in cultural diplomacy, promotion, and cooperation. It's very important here, cooperation. We are never alone. Next slide. What does this mean? This means in Indonesia now has dual-layer diplomacy model. One, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs set diplomatic policy, and two, the Ministry of Culture operationalizes cultural influences. Next. This legal development opens an exciting possibility, a strategic partnership between ministries to empower returning diaspora musicians. Imagine if returning artists were actively identified, supported, integrated into cultural programs, and positioned as agents of nation branding. So combining nice soft power with education reform and cultural diplomacy can significantly amplify Indonesia's international standing. Next. To fully harness the power of returning diaspora, I propose a multi-pronged approach. Establish a national talent pool of diaspora musicians. Offer re-entry grounds for artistic development. Why? Because given their ancestral and familial ties, diaspora communities should not be regarded in the same category as foreign nationals. Instead, they merit tailored mechanisms that enable them to contribute effectively and sustainably to the development of their country of origin. Fund music residency programs in conservatories. Facilitate cultural exchange platforms between Indonesian and global artists. Encourage diaspora involvement in curriculum design and pedagogy reform. Next. Indonesia, like many developing nations, has long experienced the phenomenon of brain drain, the migration of talent abroad. And the current social development does not only go about the eagerness of talent going abroad, but in general, the eagerness to go abroad. Dengan hashtag kabur aja dulu, it seems that people are eager to go abroad. But the return of diaspora musicians signals a moment of brain gain, because they bring with them global exposure, global knowledge, international standard, cultural hybridity, and last but not least, deep love for our heritage. We are ready to build a new cultural ecosystem that is proudly Indonesian, yet universally relevant. Next. In closing, let me return to the theme that binds all of us together: music as an interdisciplinary medium. Music is more than sound. It is a repository memory, a symbol of identity, and a vehicle for diplomacy, as well a tool for education and transformation. As returning diaspora, we do not simply come home, but we bring the world home with us, harmonizing the local and the global through every performances we do. Slide berikut. Slide yang terakhir. Let us continue to build bridges through culture, through policy, and through music. I can learn from you. I welcome your thoughts, questions, and collaboration. Matur sembah nuwun, terima kasih, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for the informative and engaging presentation. Yes. Okay. Next, we will have our second speakers today. He is Priyantrinada Adi, PhD candidate. We will invite him for the online presentation. I will give a brief introduction of our second speaker. He is an ethnomusicologist and cultural researcher. Currently, he is still finishing his doctoral studies at School for Cultural Analysis, University of Amsterdam. Brian has been collecting his professional experiences in seminars, being guest lecturers, and conferences. Without further ado, Let's warmly welcome our second speaker, Brian Trinanda Adi, to begin the presentation entitled Prasastu, Cosmological Musicking as Performative Archive in the Festival Music Raya. Brian Trinanda, the floor is yours. Brian, are you there? So we are waiting for the technical trouble to be solved.
Halo? Halo. Iya, gimana? Iya, ini suara aku keluar nggak? Coba screen-nya ya. Ya. Alright. Yeah. Finally, the technical gets solved, so you can see my screen now. Yeah. All right. So again, I repeat. I'm so happy here. Even that makes me have a slept this early morning here in Amsterdam, 5 p.m. Thank you, Bu Madonna, and everyone who managed this beautiful seminar, and also many people that I see this morning, Pak Nyoman and everybody else. So yeah, this presentation is part of my research project, my PhD dissertation, which is actually about the colonial methodology that practice as research, in which Festival Muria Raya is a practice, is where the knowledge is produced together with the community living in the Muria Mountain. And this is a sub-chapter in which we created a monument we call it Prasastu. I believe everyone here is familiar with the word Prasastu, Prasasti. The Prasastu is coming from Prasasti. That was we have a lot during the kingdom's era, and this is about the musicking and in the Festival Muria Raya. And welcome, Mas Patrick, if you want to join the Festival Muria Raya. This is the festival that I create myself with the community in the Muria Mountain. It's very open space. You can check online on YouTube or Instagram the Festival Muria Raya. So Bubi Maduna is not Festival Music Raya, but Festival Muria Raya. All right. So the Prasastu and the Festival Muria Raya is about archive. What is archive? Who is archiving? And how archive is made. What happens if the archive comes in the form of the sound, which will as an archive. So here I should start with the theoretical grounding from musicking to cosmological musicking. So if you're not aware of the term musicking, I probably need to explain a bit. But I believe some of you, many of you that study music are already aware of it. Musicking is the term that coined by Christopher Small in which musicking is try to, how to say, like play around the term music, which is usually considered as noun, in which when we think about music, it's mostly we think about the composer, about the performer, about the musician. But when music change into musicking, in which musicking means changing the music as a noun into a verb, music becoming wider, and then it's not only belongs to musician, but also many other people is considered as musicer. So when people selling the ticket for the concert, people preparing the stage, the sound man, the electrician, even people prepare for the food, they are considered as musicer. So musicer is like a wider category than musician, I mean. So in this sense, musicking is already a relational and performative practice. And I also try to play around this concept by adding the idea called cosmological, in which I put also spiritual and ecological into discussion. This idea is that discover small concept of music by a framework that highlights the influence of cosmological and spiritual dimension in shaping social relationships, negotiating cultural meanings, and fostering shared experience and emotion. This concept emphasizes how music creates liminal spaces that spark transformational moments by blending spiritual and social elements. Cosmological music extends more framework to accommodate not only human agents and interaction, but also connection with non-human, the narrative of the figure, spiritual ancestor, and ecological being. Sorry. Next, again in this concept of musicking and the archive is related to also Dianatal or conception about the archive is considered as material, textual, memory, and the repertoire is embodied ephemeral acts like ritual, gesture, and performance. In my project, cosmological musicking is the repertoire, ritualized action that carry memory and knowledge beyond what text can hold. Pasastu is not archived through documents, but through spiritual and bodily performance. That is because of the different scenario and the mode of knowledge production is entailed. That's why this research is also in many ways is a decolonial, and also because of this place, this festival itself is considered and has to be considered as the practice, as a research itself. So to understand what I mean by scenario, I'll show you a video here.
Dari sananya. Iya, dari
Nggak bisa ya, Mas?
Yeah, so the video that you saw is the trailer, the teaser that we distribute last year before the festival last year, 2024, in which in the video you can see like the setup, like the scenario of the festival in which we created instrument, people joining, preparing the festival, and also there is like a kirap, like a parade when we go to the punden or sacred space in the village, and also the youngster that dancing. So there are many things that we can explain about this this video, but one also important thing in that video is we can see there the gamelan kaca. We call it Gatot Kaca, gamelan total kaca, because the gamelan was created completely from the traces of glasses, in which also we create the stove to make it to change the form of the glasses into to have pencu like gamelan selento. And yeah, but this about this scenario. What this scenario? Scenarios exist as culturally specific imaginary set of possibilities, ways of conceiving conflict, crisis, or resolution, activated with more or less theatrically. We could also look this scenario as meaning-making paradigms that structure social environment, behaviors, and potential outcomes. The scenario makes visible yet again what is already there: the goals, the images, the stereotypes, in which simultaneously set up an action. Scenarios frame and activate social dramas, and all scenarios have localized meaning, though many attempt to pass as universally valid. And after we saw the scenario, let's we check the repertoire itself. The repertoire of, in which case, I focus on the prasastu that we created during the festival. All right, so that's the videos that show you the process too. So we have already built the two monument of process too that we place in a different region that encircling the Muria, the Pati, Jepara, and next year we're gonna make the final process too in Kudus. So it will be completely encircling the Muria mountain. The process too itself is except made in the form of stone in a monument. We also made it in the form of calligraphy, which you also can see in the video. The calligraphy is made also through and by the very special aksara we call aksara Wajah, that from the aksara Jawa, but we a bit to doing kind of arrangement for the aksara, and it can only be found in Muria. So what is the repertoire? The repertoire here, process two, also showing kind of knowledge production that we call as animism, as relational epistemology. And what is the idea of relational epistemology is if the object of modernist epistemology is a totalizing theme of separated essence approach ideally from a separated viewpoint, the object of this animistic knowledge is understanding relatedness from a related point of view within the shifting horizon of the related viewers. So here, challenging the cogito ergo sum, against I think, therefore I am, stand, I relate, therefore I am, and I know as I relate. This is the kind of the idea this is produced during the scenario and through the repertoire of the Prasastu. And here we can see a sacred space. You can find many in Java, or I think you can find a lot in indigenous communities or in many places, other places in Indonesia. This kind of sacred space, in which actually this sacred space we usually call a spunden, is very old. It's also related to a very important ecosystem structure, which is like a river bank or a lake, ponds, or this one we can see the springs. And in many places, this kind of spunden or sacred spring, people also always call it as Mbah or Grandpa. So the people regard this super person as friends and relative and often address and refer to them by kinship terms. They approach them in personal, friendly, and immediate ways. We do not first personify other entities and then socialize with them, but personify them as, when, and because we socialize with them. Animism as relational epistemology. In this sense, actually, the place itself is not sacred from the beginning. It's just the space, but because of the relationality, because people or the community understand that this place is important and they have to also protect them, because if they protect them, the spring can always beneficial for them. That's why it is a very romantic relationship. That's why it should be considered as sacred. So this is what happens in relational epistemology. And this is the context. You can see Indonesia is the ring of fire. There are many mountains there, and Java Island. And Moria Mountain is in the top of Central Java. It consists of 3 regency, Pati, Jepara, and Kudus, in which the context of this festival happens. So the cosmology of Moria Mountain cannot be separated from the performance, as knowledge lives in the relationship with water, stones, plants, and ritual. The village annual ritual is how that interrelated cosmology as knowledge is kept being transferred through a performance. This also brings me the idea of archival feeling. The archival feeling is an exploration of cultural texts as a repositories of feeling and emotion, which are encoded not only in the content of the text themselves, but in the practice that surround their production and reception. It thus demands an unusual archive whose materials in pointing to trauma, blah, 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 something like that. Prasastu, in this sense, is also an archival feeling in form of stone, calligraphy, and ritual. It provides an attempt to preserve not just information, but a way of being and relating to the land, to each other, and to the unseen. Right, so to get more understanding about this scenario, I'll show you a traditional village annual ritual in which it's correlate with the festival Muria Raya. This video shows about the Wiwitan Kopi, or the great harvest of coffee for this final festival this year, 2025, which it's correlated also with the Festival Muria Raya. And Festival Muria Raya is actually very connected to that kind of annual ritual belongs to the village, like what we know as Sedekah Bumi, Rejepan, Suran, whatever is that is also related to the sacred spaces, to the Punden. And also the idea actually for the Festival Muria Raya is to reenact the value of that kind of Sedekah Bumi, that kind of village annual calendrical ritual. That's why, and in that video also, you can see how this annual traditional ritual is also made in the same time during also with the festival, and also this we are also collaborating to make the stage, make the venue, contribute the artists as well, also helping to any other logistical thing, and it's like we are matched together and go together. And this is also other scenario you can see. Yeah, I believe you are familiar with this face there, like Pak Mehmet, if you were studying music in EC or you were alumni, you know Pak Mehmet. He also joined this festival this year, and this kind of situation in which we go to natural setting, like to the river, to the wood, to the lake, to perform, do improvisational things without any preparation. We just jump in and do things like that, dancing, making music, to connect to the land, to everything, every surrounding area is also part of the scenario that we also do in the moment of the festival, in the preparation or during the festival or after the festival itself. So this is happening in the 17th of August in the morning when we go to the river, and suddenly Pak Mehmet grabbed the stone and invite us to just making music with that stone, and also do our own upacara 17-an at that moment. So actually what we do as well with Prasastu is we are fabulating a new future. This process resonates with what Saidiya Hartman say as method of critical fabulation. A fabula is a series of logically and chronologically related events that are caused and experienced by actors. An event is a transition from one state to another. Actors are agents that perform action. These actors not necessarily human. It can also non-human, like the river, like the ancestral, like the Pundan space. To act is to cause or experience an event. Prasastu is also a sonic archive. While Prasastu is visibly formed in stone, monument, and calligraphy is not silent. Silent from Tinacham, for example. To look or to watch is to apprehend at only one sensory level. Listening requires an attunement to sonic frequency to affect and impact. It is an example of seeing, feeling, being affected, contacting, and feeling move beyond the distance of sight and observer. These studies require us to listen to the infrasonic frequencies of images that register through feeling rather than vision or audible sound. As Prasastu was born through a tradition, vibrant festival, music, chanting, and collective movement, we must learn to listen differently, not only to sound, but to vibration, resonance, presence, and of course, through a feeling. And actually, in this image calligraphy, this is what I call when I say calligraphy that's made by our own aksara. This is aksara wajah, and this calligraphy is actually made from natural resources, from leaves, and also from the worm poops. Yeah, the worm poops and charcoal. Yeah, so the archive here that I mentioned through the festival is beyond the material and the human. But the question is, what kind of archive emerged when we center the repertoire instead of the document? Can archive be felt, not just read? How can performance in the same archive or repertoire become a form of critical fabulation? What would it mean to listen to the archive as vibration, not just text? At the moment, those old thinkers help me frame Prasasti not just as ritual performance, but as an intervention into what an archive is, what it holds, and who it serves. This is, again, it's just sub-chapter of my dissertation about an archive, and actually the whole of my research is about the coloniality, in the sense that colonial mostly are about separation, about dichotomy, about disconnectedness, and what I do is to reconnect everything that has been disconnected, like art and religion and research and researcher, human and non-human, this like that. That's actually the whole idea of my research, and actually also about the vulnerability. So if you say colonial is usually also related to the power, and this kind of usually people living in the village or indigenous people, they are vulnerable in the sense they have no voice to, that is how to say, like, in balance with that dominant voices. So what I do is actually how to make them up, to make them speak, to find the voice, all of them, by coming to the field and make the field as a research that we do together.
I'm sorry, Brian.
I come to the conclusion. To conclude, I offer Prasasti as a form of performing to archive, where the body, the land, the community, the collective work, and the spirit, whatever it might be, to collaborate, to record, and to transmit memory. In doing so, it has to challenge the authority of Western archival framework and reclaim memory as collective, cosmological, and emotional act in a relational epistemology. That is not just about reclaiming voice, it's about reclaiming the condition under voice can exist at all. And why should this scenario and repertoire be created and keep alive as a living and performative archive? This is what happens. So Moria tidak baik-baik saja, let's say. If we are not keeping it, it will be destructed like other mountains in Indonesia, like this riverbank. It's 17 meters below the surface. It's just less than 5 years with the illegal stone mining. And so yes, modern epistemology unfortunately has distanced us significantly from an awareness of our interconnectedness with our surrounding environment, fellow human being, nature, and the extraordinary life system that sustain our existence in millennium. Environmental degradation, such as illegal mining, is one of the profound consequences of our inability to comprehend this intrinsic connection with the entirety of life within the cosmos. Therefore, Prasasti emerges as vital, living, and performative. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for the informative and interesting presentation. Yeah. And now we will have our third speaker today. Her name is Cristina Riofrioris. We will invite her also for the online presentation. I will give a brief introduction of our third speaker. She is a creative producer for film design and cultural projects in Latin America. She holds 2 master degrees in media arts cultures and master of production design for screen. And she has been actively in professional works for trainings, research experiences, prestigious awards, publications, and many more. Without further ado, let's warmly welcome our third speaker with her topic, Intermedia Sovereignties, Story, Sound, and Digital Futures. Cristina, the floor is yours. Hope everything is okay there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, I was muted. So we're going to start with a little clip I want to show you, and then we will continue to the conversation. Okay. Hello, everyone. The voice you just heard opens Hey Ao Ho, A New World, a video game created by native Hawaiian youth through the Skins Workshop. It begins not with a spectacle or a conflict, but with voice. A voice that carries place, memory, and responsibility. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cristina Riofrio Reyes. It is a pleasure to join you today here in the second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts, and Social Sciences. I come to this conversation as a digital humanities researcher, visual artist, and cultural manager. My work investigates how indigenous and community narratives intersect with digital media, combining ethnographic research, interactive storytelling, and multimedia design. Over the last decade, I have worked internationally, from Ecuador to Chile to Australia and now in Denmark, developing community-based documentation projects, participatory media practices, and production design for screen. As an Erasmus Mundus scholarship in media arts cultures, my research now focuses on culturally informed approaches to digital storytelling, indigenous epistemologies, and cultural sovereignty in computational processes. So, the question that has guided me through these fields is simple yet unsettling. How can creative technologies honor cultural knowledge rather than replace it? This question shaped my master thesis in 2023, which examined how storytelling can be integrated into video game design as a tool for self-representation and cultural sovereignty. From that research emerged the core question for today's talk. What happens when indigenous knowledge systems meet with algorithmic logics of game design? I believe that bridging storytelling, kin-centric ecology, and computation can generate new forms of interrelational knowledge and empathy across disciplines. So here, let's start with this thought. When mechanics honor cultural protocols, like kinship and land, play becomes pedagogy and sovereignty. This line summarizes what I learned from the indigenous designers I studied, that mechanics themselves can carry philosophy. When rules of play reflect values of reciprocity and care for land and for community, the act of playing becomes a form of teaching and cultural continuity. So here we can see these three concepts might seem distant, but in this case, in the case of the hands of indigenous creators, they form a continuum of communication. Each medium is a way of relating, a way of listening and responding. As media theorist Ellis Enstrom reminds us, new forms of meaning emerge precisely at the intermediate threshold, the space where different modes of expression meet and transform one another. Today's talk moves through 6 movements that trace this threshold. And perhaps we're going to cut it short for time's sake, but normally it goes from oral tradition to digital worlds. Then we will revise intermedia as a bridge. Then I'm going to talk about a little bit of the Hea Ho as a case study, which is the video game you watched at the beginning. And then the Skins model for cultural sovereignty, which is how the production process of this video game. Finally, we're going to look through some global indigenous examples and reciprocity projects, and we'll have some closing reflections. Each movement asks how storytelling, oral, visual, and procedural, can build bridges between art, sound, and technology, while respecting the integrity of indigenous knowledge. Through this lens, we can see interactive media not as a replacement for tradition, but a continuation of it, another circle animated by the logic of code. So let's begin there, in the story circle itself, and trace how the collective rhythm becomes what I call the story engine of interactive media. So let's go from oral tradition to digital worlds. In many indigenous cultures, storytelling is more than a way to transmit information. It is a way of knowing. Stories hold genealogies, ecological instructions, and spiritual relations. They do not simply recount events, they map between humans, ancestors, animals, and the land itself. As indigenous scholar Judy Seke in 2013 explains, storytelling functions as a living epistemology, which means a continuous process through which knowledge is regenerated rather than a fixed place. So it is moving all the time. It is an active, relational practice that sustains identity, governance, and protection of place. Here we can see how they interact with each other. These four core principles, which are cyclical temporality, relational ontology, animacy of place, and storytelling. So, this living quality, characterized by cyclical temporality, relational ontology, and animacy of place, can be understood through indigenous storytelling traditions, such as memory halls or seminars. In these narrative forms, knowledge is an active emotion, relation, and landscape. In this way, stories are kept alive through and retelling. They make the listener responsible for reinscribing meaning in the world, and they affirm that the land itself as an active participant in narration. We think about these qualities in the context of digital media. Something fascinating happens. Interactive systems, especially games, are also cyclical, relational, and responsive. They depend on feedback loops, player choice, and dynamic interaction. In that sense, they already speak a language that resonates with indigenous epistemologies. Yet, as the story shows, digital technologies have too often been used to extract or distort or silence indigenous voices instead of helping making them stronger. This is where the transformative potential of media becomes visible. When indigenous creators take control of these tools, media stop being instruments of representation and become sites of reclamation. Spaces where cultural protocols, languages, and ancestral knowledge can live, evolve, and teach. So let's move forward to this thought. Decolonization is not about rejecting Western knowledge, but valuing indigenous knowledge in its own terms. I think this thought is very important for the work we're doing in trying to bring our cultures alive, especially in the digital age. So the act of creating a digital story when guided by community protocols is not a translation, but a continuation, another modality of the same conversation that has been unfolding for generations. Here I'm going to play another clip which shows the beginning of this game. I'm going to explain later as it's starting.
Laki oi, o eo mai la. Ah, pai a pai. Ah, oia.
Walohe ani oi, ka mo'olelo ka mano nana I lave mai ano ke kupuna.
Oia ka puna hele tutu.
Ah, e hea
Ia hoi ka mo'olelo o ka mapua.
e, oia ka upuna hele. Lea ole ua, ua holo koke ho kahi pule, e kule ana ka o lua, o hele.
Okay, so what you see here is the clip of the game's plot. It carries the echo of oral narration. The rhythm, moving, listening, and responding is a digital extension of the story circle. It prepares the player as both a listener and a storytelling, weaving knowledge through interaction. Oh, sorry. So in this sense, we can see an example of how story circles. Do you hear me? It's okay. Is the sound okay? Well, I'm going to continue. Let me just try to. So, I was saying that this is an example of how story circles, of oral story circles, become story engines. I use this phrase to describe discontinuity. In a story circle, each participant holds a part of the narrative. Knowledge flows in dialogue. A story engine structures choices and recurrence. When designed with indigenous principles, it invites relational participation rather than consumption. In indigenous-led video games, the intermediate space is not merely aesthetic, it is ethical. Sounds carry ceremony and memory. Image grounds narrative in place. Code governs interaction according to the cultural values. Together, they create relational design, which is a system that behaves as part of the community it represents. Sound in particular plays a vital. So here we can see how sound in particular plays a vital role. In this way, we are seeing the procedural embodiment of oral tradition. Digital storytelling can mirror the structure of oral tradition through interactive design. As we were saying, this is the part where together they create the relational design. In this example, we see it goes from circular oral storytelling to branching dialogue nodes. Then it moves to feedback loop to creating the story engine, and then creating a reaction in the player, which is participation over consumption. In other words, the story engine becomes a procedural embodiment of oral tradition. This is why video games are powerful spaces. For decolonial media practice, they offer a way to listen by doing. The challenge is translation. How do we ensure that cadence, silence, and spirituality survive the shift to pixels and code? To answer that, we turn to indigenous creators who mentor and co-design worlds grounded in community knowledge. So here we continue to think about intermedia as a bridge. This is the theoretical framework for connecting these diverse forms of expressions. When indigenous storytelling enters digital space, we witness a meeting of media, sound, image, text, movement, and code converging to carry living knowledge. Dick Higgins, in 1966, called this intermedia the in-between, where boundaries dissolve. Estrom later extended this to digital culture, a threshold where visual, auditory, verbal, and procedural modalities generate hybrid languages. Here we can see the interaction that happens with relational design. We can see that in indigenous-led video games, the intermediate space is not merely aesthetic, it is ethical. Sound carries ceremony and memory. Image grounds narrative in place. Code governs interaction according to cultural values. Together, they create relational design, and which is a system that behaves as part of the community it represents. For example, sound, according to Robinson, sound is not merely heard, it locates us in relation. To listen is to acknowledge connection, to sense our position with land, voice, and other beings. In that same sense, Brandon Lavelle in 2018 describes sound as a social vibration, energy that carries emotion and collective memory. Sonic design becomes an act of sovereignty, reclaiming how words are heard and therefore known. To explain or to exemplify this, we're going to watch another clip of a different video game which involves sound and chants. Let's watch it.
Miigwech ni be maliziwin. Miigwech ni be maliziwin. Miigwech ni be maliziwin. Miigwech ni be maliziwin.
Great. So what we saw here is Honey Water. It is a game for healing water. It was designed as a relational healing and non-extractive video game rather than performance-based. It is a singing game and a mobile app for iPad, and it was developed by the Canadian Indigenous-led game studio called Pinqua, with art design and writing by Indigenous designer and scholar Elizabeth Lapense. Songs convey water teachings. The songs you heard, for example, convey gratitude to water, walk for water, love for earth, and it connects Nibi, which means water, with the Anishinaabe people. The songs you heard were also in Anishinaabe language. The Anishinaabe people are a large group of indigenous people whose traditional territories extend from Canada to North United States. So in this case, you can see how voice becomes interface and offering storytelling, language learning, and ceremony in one intermediate gesture. It sounds ground relation, code extended into structure. Mechanics that require reciprocity translate ethics into gameplay logic. Technologies are never neutral, as Stern said. Code, like an instrument, shapes how stories resonate. Let's see the next slide. Sorry. I can't go. Let me just have a look. Okay, now it's working. So now let's think about this. To decolonize aesthetics is to recenter other ways of sensing the world. What does this mean in intermedia practice? It means that intermedia does exactly this, bringing multiple sensory registers together, refusing to privilege sight, sound, or text alone. What it actually does in this case is bridge. First, it connects ancestral and digital forms. Then, it recenters. Here we can see the intermedia bridge. It connects ancestral and digital forms, then it recenters embodiment and relational ethics, and it also challenges Western's divisions between art, sound, and technology. It's a more holistic way of being, of seeing, of producing. And now let's see how this works inside a specific game, which is the case study of Heao Ho. Well, Heao, as I told you, means a new world. This video game was developed in 2016 through the fifth Skins workshop, which was held by APTEC, which means Aboriginal Territories in Cyberspace, along with IIF, which is the Initiative for Indigenous Futures, and Kahenohana, which is a Hawaiian institution for cultural sovereignty. The aim of these games, and also of the Skins workshop, is to indigenize technology, aligning design with reciprocity, kinship, and respect for land and for local cultures. For example, here we can see some pictures of the mechanics of the game. In this first slide, the player has to go after the plot we saw in the first clips I showed. Now we can see the first activity or task within the game. So the player is traveling across the universe in their own spaceship. And it arrives to different planets where they have to develop a certain task related to the land of the planet. So here the issue is that water has been polluted, and therefore there has been a shortage of food and fish. So they ask the player to record to a traditional cure for this issue, which is the kukui nut. So the player has to go recollect the kukui nut, then chew it and spit it back into the water, and then the water is clear. So here we can see a little clip of,
Excuse me.
imagining of how the game works. Here the player is asking for, or is getting actually directions of what to do.
Excuse me, Christina, the time is
And then, as also you can see, the world of the game is built upon natural landscapes, local landscapes. Let's move forward a bit. And now the player goes back to the water and meet with others who they are telling him about the tradition of the kukui nut. Here is another example. After the trip, the player go to another planet, and this is the Pele world. It's a volcanic landscape where the player performs a hula-like dance and chant with the goddess Hiaka. So here the player goes trying to find the goddess, then he finds Hiaka. She tells her the problem, which is that Pele, the goddess of fire and volcanoes, has been working too fast, so she haven't had the ability to regenerate land. Hiaka is the goddess of hula dance, chants, and healing, and She links dance, movement, and spirituality to the regeneration of land. So as we're gonna see in this clip, the players run, and then here we can see how he finds Hiaka.
Excuse me, Christina.
Yes?
Hello?
Sorry. Yes?
The time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, so should I cut it now? Let's go forward to a final reflection. Could I do that? Let me just get to the final reflection of how intermediality share or can build these worlds in the digital spaces where cosmos, story, code, sound, and community get together. So the final line is digital storytelling is an act of ceremony. It involves listening, visual sonic creation, and creative renewal. So let stories digitize us. But let's not be digitized by them. Let the stories digitize us to reshape creativity, knowledge, and belonging. So as a final thought, I just want to say or invite everyone to imagine how a local original story, a legend, a song, or a performance could be translated into an interactive scene, in a digital interactive scene. What would you prefer, preserve? Rhythm, voice, movement, sound, and how would you do it? Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me, and sorry for going over the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christina, for the insightful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, we will have our fourth speakers. He is Dr. Lieke. We will invite him for the online presentation as well. And I will give a brief introduction of our fourth speaker. He is an associate professor and director of teaching and research management, School of Music and Dance, Guizhou Education University, China. He completed his doctoral program in Doctor of Music Education, University Science Malaysia. He has been actively collecting professional works for teaching courses, publication, research projects, awards and honors, and many other achievements. Without further ado, let's warmly welcome our fourth speaker, Dr. Lieke, to begin the presentation. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to attend the second International Conference on Music, Performing Arts, and Social Studies 2025. Today, I'm excited to present to you a topic that delves into the heart of rural music education in Guizhou, Thailand. I will explore the collision between the idea and the reality, focus on the challenge and opportunity faced by rural music teachers. Let's begin by outlining the structure of our presentation. First, I will introduce the background and the context of our study. Then I will dive into the core findings, highlighting the connection between idea and reality. Following that, I will propose the connecting strategy and solution. Finally, I will conclude with our outlook and vision for the future of rural music education. Welcome to the introduction and background section. My presentation centers around the collision between the idea and the reality in the rural music education. We've conducted quantitative research involved in depth interview with 90 music teachers in Guizhou, Thailand. This research provides us with a unique perspective into the needs and the challenge. Music teachers play an important in aesthetic education, often referred to as social engineers. They foster appreciation and creation of beauty through music. Their influence extends beyond the classroom, shaping the aesthetic environment of schools. They are irreplaceable in nurturing the aesthetic sensibility of students. The recent pillars of the rural revitalization aims to promote balance education and uplift rural area. The special post-plan is a key initiative under the policies, guiding graduates to rural area to supplement teaching staff and promote educational equity. It's a crucial step toward bridging the urban-rural education gap. Despite the effort, we have observed a concerning trend, declining in music teacher recruitment in rural area of Guizhou. Data from 2019 to 2024 shows a significant drop from the 9.15% to 4.7%. To understand the issue better, we conducted interview with 19 rural music teachers. Using the quantitative research method, we employed semi-structured interview to capture their experience and perspective. Semi-structured interview to capture their experience and perspective. The data was then analyzed using Vivo 12 software, allow us to coding and analyze the quantitative data. Now let's move on the core finding of our research, where we uncover the clash between ideas and reality faced by rural music teachers. Our research is directed around four main themes: living conditions, mental health, person development, and teaching recommendation. Use Vivo 12. I analyzed the quantitative data from interview with the 9 rural music teachers. Reveal insights into each of those dimensions. Despite the challenge, most teachers reported personal development and experience are willingness to remain their position. They share their dreams and dedication to rural education, highlighting their commitment to studying and making a difference in the living of their students. However, interdisciplinary teaching emerged a predominant issue affecting teachers' mental health, being pushed to teach non-music subjects, leading to confusion over their professional identity and purpose. This mismatch between their training and actual teaching assignment caused significant stresses. Teacher experienced that their aspiration for the music education will often sliding they are assigned to teaching the subject. They feel that being forced into interdisciplinary teaching was unreasonable. To their professional goal, the music dream will be achieved, causing frustration. The mismatch between teaching assignment and professional training led to increasing workload and feeling of fatigue. Teachers worried about teaching declining in their professional skill due to prolonged absence from music teaching. This pressure not only affected their mental health, but also raising concerns about their long-term professional development. The root cause of this dilemma lie on the structural contradiction. The lack of overteaching staff in rural schools contributed to the issue of the interdisciplinary teaching. Additionally, Police execution bias result in a lack of enhanced on music education. Despite this challenge, a minority of teachers saw interdisciplinary teaching as an opportunity for subject integration and enrichment. They believe that it could foster creativity and provide a broadened education experience for students. This perspective highlights the potential for innovative teaching approach in rural schools. While most teachers were satisfied with their living conditions, some faced challenges like water shortage and housing issues. They called for better treatment, improved housing, clear job description, and increasing social support for the rural. Policy support and social recognition were identified as a key area for improvement. Now let's employer collection strategy and solution to bridge the gap. By understanding the challenge faced by the rural music teacher, we can develop strategies to support the professional group and well-being. Our quantitative research reveals that despite facing challenge, most teachers are willing to stay and grow professional. This is the core of the rural education and must be nurtured. To address the issue, we propose the process blue fusion strategy. Firstly, reduce the interdisciplinary teaching by reasonable allocating work and avoid arbitrary resentment. Secondly, define job role clear at the policy level to prevent rounding challenge in job application. Finally, increase recruitment opportunity to fill the gap in teaching staff, the burden on the teacher. We also need to strengthen hematopoiesis or the ability to self-renew and grow, enhance professional training by providing continuous post-server training tied to the music discipline, improve concern development passed by the supporting teacher in participating in educational research and art competitions, offering financial assistance. Last, focus on the mental health by incorporating psychological course to help teachers cope with stress. To apply the ecosystem for rural music teachers, we must enhance recognition, improve even condition by enhanced infrastructure such as housing and transportation for the supportive even environment, increase remuneration in remote area and promote teachers' contribution through media to gain social respect and appreciation. Let's conclude our presentation with a summary of our findings. Our core conclusion reveals that the teacher shows a stronger willingness to stay and grow professional. Despite challenge, interdisciplinary teaching emerged as a significant psychological process and professional dilemma. This problem stems from a shortage of teachers and deviation in policies implementation. This is an urgent need for the clarity in rural professional development opportunity and social recognition. This research provides a unique perspective and empirical evidence from music teachers for the special possibility and aesthetic education research. However, it is limited by a small sample sizing and primarily rely on the interview. Future research could expand the sample sizing and incorporate mixed method for more comprehensive understanding. Our final core is to let ethnic education shine in rural area. We must listen to teacher demands and advocate for detailed policies implementation to retain and support teacher effectively. Our vision is for balancing urban-rural education, contributing to rural revitalization through art. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and engagement. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for the insightful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming for question and answer sessions. There will be 2 rounds. For the first round, there will be 2 questions. And then we continue to the second round, there will be 2 questions. Now we will invite Patrick to come forward. Yes. Any questions for the speakers today?
No question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, please. The question is addressed to whom?
My question is for Sir Brian. Sorry, my name is Nathan Peter from Institute of Art Yogyakarta, program music. I got a question for Sir Brian Trinada.
For Brian, please. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Please.
I wanna ask, like, how do you see cosmological musicking engaging with or challenging Western notions of the archive and epistemology, especially in terms of decolonizing how knowledge is stored and transmitted? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have you got the idea, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay.
So should I answer now?
Yes,
Or
please.
all right. Thank you for the question. So yeah, it's a bit complicated. So you mentioned cosmological. You also question about the coloniality. You also question about archive. So let me put in a simple word. The colonial here that I mean again is about the recovery. It's about the reconnecting because when people do a coloniality, actually in the sense of a separation. So coloniality is a separation, disconnection, also dichotomy, the separateness, things like that happens through the modernity world or the dominant modernity that we have today. And in this sense, the coloniality is try to reconnect, try to what I call as a remember. So everything that has been remembered, has been separated, has to be reconnected again, regroup again. And then this the form of the coloniality that I do. In this sense, for example, when people say as an archive, as a kind of a knowledge, people usually take an archive and put it in a museum, for example, put it in the shelf, put it in the box, things like that. And archive is just only things that people can grasp or understand it objectively, but not subjectively. So in this sense, the archive here, as I made through the festival, is I make the prasastu that we create together. And in this also ritual comes up together, and the value and the knowledge itself also comes together as for after the festival itself. So the whole things that's why I also mentioned that the festival itself is not just object of study, it's not also subject of study, but also is the research itself. So that the kind of two blurry things about the dichotomy of researcher and research. In this sense, everybody is considered as a researcher Also, when I say cosmological, is to expand more the idea of musicking in which actually Christopher Small already tried to make it very accommodative by saying that music as a verb not only belongs to the composer, to the performer, to the musician, but also belongs to everybody that join in the music making process, or also in the music performance, like selling ticket, like the audience, things like that. That's why he mentioned about musicer. But I try to make it wider by also accommodating things like a sacred space, nature, things like that as part of this kind of music process. That's why I have to put Cosmo there. Cosmo is to get more wider understanding of the music. And I think that answer, I hopefully. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next questions, please. Please mention your name and where you are from. And then the question is addressed to whom? Yes, please. Can you please raise your hand? Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the time. I want to ask Mr. Brian and Mr. Patrick here. My name is Kusuma. I'm from music department. I want to ask Mr. Brian for the first. Mr. Brian, I would like to ask, how do cosmological tools influence music tradition? In what way are cultural values embedded within musical practice? Based on this, what would you recommend in order to create music that carries deeper meaning and play a significant role in shaping our future moral landscape? And for the second, for Mr. Patrick, how does diaspora create a safe space to transfer creativity through music diplomacy, considering that every country has different rules? So we can say that Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore have a different role. So how can diaspora can build the safe space for the creative things for music especially? Thank you.
Should I answer, Bu Prima, now? Yeah. Yeah. I answer now?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Kusuma, for the question. I think I get it, but I think also I lost some word because of the audio system somehow is not really clear. But if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. Your question is more about methodological, about how this idea of cosmological function in my research. So things that I haven't mentioned in my presentation is about what actually I do here. What I do is actually as what people may call as applied ethnomusicology, or what people may call ecomusicology. So I play around in the two kinds of category in which what I do as a, let's say, as a musician or music practitioner or a music researcher has to be function in the community. How this kind of things could work in the community, and that's why I also mention here things what I call as practice as research. So there are many kind of category of doing research as applied to the musicology. There is also called artistic research. There is also called action research, things like that in the pedagogy is also quite popular, action research. But what I do here is more like practice of research. So if artistic research is more like people making art, and it's for art and for art, even though art itself is already blurry, the boundaries, of course. But the practice as research is more in understanding of intersectionality, intra-art, inter-art, and in a transdisciplinary setting. That's why the cosmological here function is to play around is that kind of blurring the boundaries to how to say, like to invite more people, more aspect to comes up in this kind of research to make it more wider sense in the context? Probably that's answer. I don't know if I'm wrong. You can may repeat the question one more time or elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. And now we come to Patrick to answer the next questions. Okay.
Makasih banyak, Mbak Kusuma, for your interesting question. So, your question is in regards to the relation of diaspora in relation to safe space, especially in music. Yeah? So, if we talk about safe space, we need to reflect on how we review diaspora. Apakah kita selama ini terlalu memandang diaspora sebagai orang asing? Do we actually view the diaspora as complete strangers to us? Or can we a little bit adapt our view that diaspora adalah bagian dari your keluarga, your family? Because, as you can see, me as diaspora, I don't look Dutch, I don't feel Dutch, and it is the same blood that go through our veins, right? So, kalau kita memandang, if we view the diaspora as our brothers and sisters, then of course we get a cohesive, conducive place. Yeah, that's one. And in this context, actually, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is unity in diversity is being tested. Can we embrace our brothers and sisters sebagai orang Indonesia, although they have different color of passport, but we share common thing? Yeah. So how to embrace differences and how to also practice our tolerance. Toleransi untuk menerima perbedaan, right? How can we do this specifically for music? Of course, I don't say open the door and let everyone come in. I'm not saying that. So I refer to in my paparan, in my speech, that it would be very wise if Indonesia has a database of diaspora coming in to know what skill set they have and how their knowledges can be diserap. Ya, diserap, digunakan efficiently being utilized for the common benefit. So don't view diaspora as you, kawan atau lawan, you or me, but as family on the right, on path together to make together a nation more prosperous in the field of music. Okay? I hope it's clear. Thank you very much. Makasih banyak.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for the answer. Next, the second round for question and answer. There will be 2 questions, please.
Okay, may I ask the question?
Okay,
Prima Donna.
Bu Dendi.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, could you please hear me?
Hello, Mr. Liu.
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay, hi, Mr. Liu. I think I can be one of your interviewees because I'm really interested in your research. You stated about the dilemma for the teacher that teach interdisciplinary subjects. Is that so? Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So I would like to introduce myself. My name is Denti Marga Sukma. I'm the lecturer in music department, but actually my background is English education. Okay, so I would like to ask you something. So in your research, you say that some teachers experience the dilemma when they have to teach interdisciplinary subject or non-music subject. So I would like to ask you, based on your research, based on your data, do you have some interviewees that say or think and find the turning point for their career when they have to teach non-music subject as mine? Because actually I have to teach the history of music, musicology, and so on and so forth. So they are my students of these non-music subjects. So I think I feel the same. At some point, I feel I'm really confused with the professional identity, my professional identity and my professional goal. But I would like to ask you or your interviewees, do they have or do they think this is their turning point for their career because they can broaden the expertise? Do you get my point, Mr. Liu?
Yes, yes. I get your point.
Okay, thank you so much.
In China, because my the research is about the primary and secondary school, the secondary music teacher. In the primary and secondary school, they need to teach the music, but most of teacher have to teach like the language in Chinese, math or science. So they will feel some pressure to teach another subject in school. So this is a issue in the primary, especially in primary school. But in the secondary and high school, the music teacher only teaching the music. So I think for the primary teacher, maybe it is a challenge to broaden their knowledge and skill. But for the secondary and high school music teacher, it is difficult to teach another subject. That's all. Thank you, Maxi.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Liu Ke. One more question, please, from the audience. Okay. So, yeah, I think I would like to conclude for all presentations today. The first is that the diaspora brings out cultural diplomacy and national development. Festival Muria Raya is a part of cosmological musicking for performative archive. Indigenous knowledge is valued from oral traditions to digital words, and role of music teachers is particularly essential in aesthetic education. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and cooperations. And now we come to the last session. Please give applause to all presenters today. Yes. I give the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Lunch is provided for invited guests, presenters, organizing committee members, and all participants at Concert Hall lobby. We will gather here at 1 p.m. sharp for our panel discussion sessions. Please be punctual and enjoy your meal.
presenter will be given 15 minutes to present. And after that, there will be question and answer session. Okay, now allow me to welcome our presenter to present the material. Bapak Jeffrey Koli Kamnani MSN from Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang with topic entitled Music as an Interdisciplinary Medium, the Sasando Biola as a Bridge of Creativity and Knowledge. The time is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. Now I will introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey. I come from Kupang, NTT. And now I'm a lecturer in Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang. Okay, and I will present my research about music, music as an interdisciplinary medium, the Sasando Biola as a bright bridge of creativity and knowledge. Bagaimana Sasando itu sebagai jembatan dalam membuat satu kedisiplinan ilmu pengetahuan di mana kreativitas dan pengetahuan itu dilihat sebagai satu kebaruan. Oke, next slide. Ya. Music as a meeting space for disciplines. Music is a universal, as we know, a universal language that connects the various ways humans understand the world. It lives at the intersection of art, science, and culture. And it is in this interdisciplinary space that music acts as a bridge between creativity and knowledge. Dalam ruang interdisiplin ini, biasanya musik berperan sebagai jembatan antara kreativitas dan pengetahuan itu sendiri. The next slide. Music and knowledge from aesthetic to epistemology. Music is not only about sound and beauty, but also how humans think and interpret reality. Every musical instrument holds knowledge about material, techniques, and values. Through music, knowledge is passed down not through text, but through practice and experience. Musik itu bukan cuma soal bunyi atau keindahan, tetapi musik juga bagaimana cara manusia berpikir, ya, berpikir tentang menafsirkan sebuah realitas. Ya. Sehingga setiap musik juga itu menyimpan satu pengetahuan, itu biasanya dilihat dari tentang bahan juga seperti apa, teknik dan penilaian musik itu sendiri. Ya. The next slide. If we talk about Sasando, Sasando is a source of local knowledge, instrument, philosophy, and cultural heritage of Rote. The Sasando originates from Rote Island, East Nusa Tenggara, made from palm leaf and metal strings. This instrument is not just a musical instrument, but a reflection of the Rote people's philosophy of life. Its circular structure symbolizes and harmony between humans, nature, and spirituality. It is a form of knowledge to be life. to believe no simple learn. Kita tahu bersama bahwa sesando itu berasal dari Pulau Rote, di mana sesando ini terbuat dari bahan daun lontar, tapi juga mencerminkan filosofi tentang kehidupan masyarakat di Rote itu sendiri. Ya. Sebuah bentuk pengetahuan juga yang dihidupi dengan alam, dengan spiritualitas yang bisa dilihat dari satu bentuk atau organologi daripada sesando itu sendiri. Oke, next. From sesando gong to sesando biola, transformation as a creativity and scientific process. Sesando di sini berubah dari awalnya sesando biola, sesando tradisional ke sesando yang modern. Nah, disinilah terjadi ada satu kreativitas dan pengetahuan yang ditimbulkan sehingga sesando itu dilihat ada perubahannya di sini dari yang tradisional menuju ke yang modern. The innovation of the sesando biola was born from a desire to preserve tradition at change time. By adding elements of the Western viola, a hybrid form was born, blending local sounds and global techniques. This process is a dialogue between two systems of knowledge, traditional and modern, giving rise to a new understanding of music itself. Sebagai salah satu kehidupan atau sebagai mencerminkan kehidupan pengetahuan tradisional dan modern, sehingga bisa diketahui sesando itu merupakan salah satu bentuk kreativitas dan juga jembatan. Bisa kita lihat ada kreativitas yang tampak di situ antara perubahan sesando yang tradisional yang dulu cuma 7 senar, 7 dawai, akhirnya sampai kepada 32 dawai. Di sini ada satu kreativitas yang dibuat, sehingga itu mencerminkan kreativitas masyarakat modern, tetapi tidak meninggalkan tradisinya, tetap dianggap sebagai alat musik tradisional. Next slide. Ya, the sesando biola embodies artistic, technology, and anthropology elements. It is the result of a multidisciplinary collaboration. The craftsman expertise, acoustic knowledge, and the aesthetic values of Rote culture. At every stage of in creation, we see collaboration between the artist's hand and the technique, logic, and the culture spirit. Kita melihat adanya beberapa kolaborasi yang bisa dilihat dari perkembangan alat musik tradisional sesando ini. Next slide. Yeah, creativity in the context of knowledge, music as an intellectual process. Making and playing the sesando biola is both a creativity, intellectual activity. Player not only express feeling, but also understand the principle of sound, string tension, and acoustic resonance. Creativity is a form of scientific thinking rooted in tradition. Musik sebagai proses intelektual di situ pembuatan dan permainan sesando ini adalah seperti satu kreativitas yang dibuat seorang intelektual untuk melihat seperti yang tadi dikatakan bahwa tidak meninggalkan sesando itu sendiri yang cuma 7 senar, karena dulu dipakai untuk ritual, dulu dipakai untuk tari-tarian yang sifatnya sakral itu sendiri, tapi pada akhirnya dibuat satu inovasi yang baru, tetapi tidak meninggalkan. Jadi di sini tidak hanya bicara tentang prinsip bunyi yang berubah, tetapi juga ada bentuk pikiran ilmiah alami yang melekat dalam tradisi masyarakat Rote yang tetap melekat pada alat musik sesando ini sendiri. Oke, next slide. Ya, pengetahuan dalam bentuk suara. Mikrotonal. Dalam musik tradisi, mikrotonal itu biasanya sudah nampak, mikrotonal itu biasanya sudah ada. Kalau dalam seni musik, mikrotonal itu sudah ada, tetapi biasanya tidak dirasakan langsung oleh masyarakat yang memainkan alat musik sasando ini sendiri. Nah, di sini ada pengetahuan, ciri khas daripada sasando biola itu adalah nada mikrotonalnya. Biasanya ada nada mikrotonal yang masyarakat itu tidak sadar. Nah, ini dalam sistem kalau dinamakan sistem tangan nada barat itu bunyi ini imperfect atau tidak sempurna. Tetapi but therein lies its knowledge. Tetapi ini adalah satu pengetahuan yang baru. Sasando mengajarkan, the sasando teach a different way of musical thinking, based flexibility, dialogue, and the harmonious balance of nature. Jadi sasando mengajarkan bagaimana cara berpikir musikal yang sedikit berbeda dengan berbasis keseimbangan harmoni alam. Ya, seperti itu. Kemudian, next slide. Sasando from a performance study perspective. Yeah. In every performance, the sasando biola body becomes a medium between knowledge and experience. Hand movements, finger tension, and sound resonance shape the relationship between body and meaning. Knowledge is not simple spoken but embodied through performance. Pengetahuan tidak hanya diucapkan, tetapi diwujudkan melalui performance. Jadi sasando itu bukan hanya pada akhirnya perubahan itu terjadi, kreativitas itu terjadi pada perubahan yang kita lihat ini. Tetapi itu juga diwujudkan dalam satu bentuk performance. Jadi yang tradisional ke modern pun masih disajikan dalam satu bentuk performance, tetapi tidak meninggalkan tradisional atau yang disebut dengan pakem awal dari sasando itu sendiri. Berikut, next. Sasando in education, building creativity and cultural awareness. In East Nusa Tenggara, the sasando biola is now taught in school and art community. This process instills both artistic skill and sense of identity. Students learn that knowledge comes not only from books, but also from the sound heritage they themselves play. Dalam setiap penampilan, pemain sasando sebagai perantara antara tubuh dan pengalaman juga. Jadi pengalaman yang dirasakan oleh seorang pemain itu dapat dilihat dari misalnya gerakan tangannya, teknik permainan dalam alat musik sasando itu sendiri, dan juga resonansi bunyi yang bisa membentuk antara relasi tubuh dan makna. Ada timbul satu rasa kreativitas yang dimaknai dalam teknik-teknik yang dilakukan dalam bentuk performance alat musik sasando ini juga. Ya. Next slide. Sasando and technology. The development of the sasando biola utilize modern technology, amplification system, electronic tuning, and digital documentation. However, technology here is not a replace for tradition, but rather an extension of local knowledge to keep it alive and relevant in globalist world. Pengembangan sasando itu biasanya menggunakan teknologi yang modern, sehingga yang bisa dimanfaatkan dalam pengembangan teknologi modern ini seperti menggunakan digital audio atau menggunakan tuning elektrik, sehingga ini menjadi satu dokumentasi digital yang penting bagi perubahan kreativitas yang terjadi di dalam alat musik sasando ini sendiri. Nah, tetapi di sini teknologi yang dimanfaatkan itu tidak hanya dilihat sebagai satu pengganti yang tradisional itu, melainkan perpanjangan tangan pengetahuan lokal antara yang hidup, yang tradisional itu dengan dunia atau dengan yang relevan dengan dunia modern sekarang. Next slide.
I'm sorry, Pak Jeffrey, the time is up.
Okay?
Maybe you can come to the
Okay.
conclusion.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you,
very
Pak
much.
Jeffrey. Please give a round of applauses for Prof. Kun. Yes, our next presenter is Profesor Dr. Kun Setyaning Astuti from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta with a topic entitled How the Model of Music Teaching and Learning in the Netherlands Differs from Indonesia's. The time is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbak Rindu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Bapak Kustab, the Head of Music Department, the Honorable Prof. Andre Irawan, Bapak Patrick, and Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yasid from Malay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Let me to introduce myself as Kun Setyaning Astuti, the head of study doctor program of art education in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And today I come here with my student. The second author is Pasca Violeta Langit SPD. She is a master degree student of art education. Could you please to stand up? And the third author is Desti Melania. Unfortunately, she has to agenda in another place. And the fourth author is Nosi Anggana. Please stand up. She is from Music Department Bachelor Program. This time, I would like to present. The title is How the Model of Music Teaching in the Netherlands Differs with Indonesia. I think I have very opportunity because I'm very lucky because in this room we have Bapak Patrick from Netherlands. So maybe you can give me some suggestion if our presentation they are not correct. Yeah. Okay, terima kasih. And next. Today, senior Indonesian music educator, generally graduate from former LP3 established in 1990. In Netherlands, the same is with HKU, Hogeschool Kunsten Utrecht. Jadi, para guru senior di Indonesia itu, pada umumnya itu kami lahir kuliah pada tahun 1984 ya. Anda belum lahir 40 tahun yang lalu. Nah, ketika itu dosen-dosen kami yang mengajar musik itu dari ISI. Dan yang mengajar pendidikan itu dari FIP, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Tidak ada dosen yang memang betul-betul pure dari pendidikan musik. Sehingga para mahasiswa yang masih muda waktu itu, ya sekarang sudah pada senior ya, itu kita harus menginterpretasikan sendiri. The problem right now is the teaching learning in music education like under subject matter like math, physics, and so on. Jadi saat ini, next ya. Jadi saat ini proses pembelajaran yang saya amati, sebagian besar proses pembelajaran musik yang ada di Indonesia itu seperti pelajaran fisika, pelajaran matematika. Jadi tidak mengembangkan estetis. Itu yang saya lihat. The next. Nah, this is contrast to the learning process music in the Netherlands. Based on the author observation of the music learning process in the Netherlands from kindergarten to higher education from 2008 until 2024, Alhamdulillah, I have been in the Netherlands for 17 times because I'm very interested in music education of Netherlands. Every time I come there, I have a new one. So this is why I come to Netherlands every years, yeah. And next. Okay. So the focus of the teaching learning in here is how the model teaching and learning in Netherlands conduct, and we comparing by teaching learning in Indonesia. The research design is a survey conducted in the Netherlands and Indonesia. And the Netherlands, the survey was conducted in the province of Utrecht and the Den Haag, yeah. Bapak Patrick lived there. And then Indonesia in Yogyakarta Special Region, Central Java, and Bangka Belitung. The research sites in Indonesia, we survey in SDIT, Lukmanul Hakim Kota Gede, SMP Negeri 2 Temanggung. In Netherlands, I observe in Dagusta School Nieuwegein. That is elementary school. Royal Conservatorium Den Haag, Kisbeken School is junior school. College Nieuwegein is junior school and high school. Herman Jordan Lyceum Montessori is junior school, and Hogeschool voor de Kunsten Utrecht is perguruan tinggi. And next, the result. Maybe you can share the video. I would like to share the video. What's teaching learning music in the Netherlands conducted? If in Indonesia, we strength in a definition like what is tangga nada? Tangga nada is susunan nada-nada yang intervalnya 1, 1 setengah, 1, 1, 1 setengah. But in the Netherlands, all of the time, whole of the time, they use playing the tangga nada. Bisa diputarkan? Ya, silahkan putar ya.
Baru dengar nadanya. Langsung tahu ini brand apa kan? Itulah kekuatan audio branding.
Apakah suaranya bisa? Oke. Semua elemen musik diajarkan di sini, mengajarkan tangga nada, juga mengajarkan harga nada.
Nee. 1, 2, 3, hier.
Cukup. Nah, after that, the student have opportunity to improvise the tangga nada, the scale, and they can make like song and so on with based on this tangga nada. That is teaching learning in the Netherlands. I think this is very different in Indonesia, and that's why I think in Indonesia more strength in cognitive, more strength in critical thinking, but not strength in aesthetics. I think we must strength in aesthetics because we are music subjects, not math, not physics. Yeah. And that is my conclude of my research. Actually, curriculum among educational level have high in the interdependence. Jadi di Belanda itu mata pelajaran yang ada di universitas kalau dia akan menjadi guru itu koheren dengan yang ada di SMA, SMP, SD. Ketika saya observasi di SD, ketika itu adalah musim gugur. Pelajaran yang disampaikan di situ adalah musim gugur. Ketika saya di universitas meninjau para mahasiswa calon guru ini, mereka juga belajar lagu-lagu tentang musim gugur. Nah, itu mungkin yang harus kita lakukan. Untuk lebih lengkapnya, mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu semuanya dan para mahasiswa dan para partisipan bisa membaca artikel kami secara lengkap. Demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Professor Dr. Kun Setyaning Astuti MBD for the presentation. Next, for the third presenter of today is Dr. Rachel Mediana Untung MA from Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana with topic entitled Tracing the History of Indonesian Choir Competitions and the Emergence of Folklore. Please, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mr. Prof. Andre, Bapak Muhammad Said, Bapak Patrick, and Bapak Gustav, and the organizing committee. And thank you very much to the chairman, Bapak Hans, who encouraged me to join this seminar. I have to admit that I'm not in a good condition, health. I have a health issue, but I try my best to complete my task. And I like to introduce my fellow because this research is a team. Please kindly stand up, Mr. Yudi Komalik. He's a colleague of mine. And two beautiful ladies, Andrew and Andri and Jessica, and Audrey and Jessica. So I'm a lecturer in Music Department, Faculty of Language and Art, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Salatiga. It's 2-hour driving from this campus. So this is my research, tracing the history of Indonesian choir competition and the emergence of the folklore category. This is continuing my dissertation. So in 2019, I already write some investigating in the choir competition, and since then, I like to continue that this research become a writing and to present it in a full paper. Next. So this study is to give a bridge to fill the gap of literature in history of choir competition. Why this is interesting? Because of the demand of choir competition become popular in Indonesia. Since we have like a new cultural value in choir. So this study is a comprehensive history of secular choir competition. It's not a church or a sacral competition. So since the beginning of the choir competition, there's no writing about history of competition choir in Indonesia. So I think with my research, it could fill the gap of this subject. And this area subject is in music history. Next. Methods and approach is observation, because we come to many times of choir competition. It's national and it's international in Indonesia. I use interview technique, documentary study technique as well, because we can find many documentation about choir competition, not only in physically, like choir book guidance, but some mostly is in IG or in Instagram. We can find many of sources. The approaches use a descriptive narrative, which involve describing and analyzing to draw conclusion in a chronological and diachronic manner. And the timeline of the choir competition span from 1960 to 2025. So you can imagine that how long I have to find many of data, and with many technique I have to discover it. Next. So the findings are follow. Next. So I will explain in a diachronic scheme before 2000 and after 2000. So why it's before and after 2000 is because after 2000 there are many choir competition was started. But before they are, but some have not continued. So I want to make a credit to Mr. Wisnu Mintargo that in his dissertation have research about the movement of choir in Yogyakarta. It was in 1950s, and in 1960s he can gather many of choir in Yogyakarta. And in 1965, the choir competition between choirs trained by Gelora Patria Choir and Bahana Patria Choir in Yogyakarta. So Yogyakarta become part of the first competition choir competition. So at that time there are 20 choirs. It's a student and a public from Yogyakarta, Sleman Regency, Bantul Regency, Kulon Progo Regency, Gunung Kidul Regency, as well as Klaten, Sragen, and Muntilan City, singing song with themes of nationalism. So since my research is in the diachronic scheme, this will end to after 2000. So I just mentioned that in 1968, there is a choir competition. It was organized by university, held by Bandung Institute of Technology, ITB, and was named ITB Choir Festival. And the first festival Paduan Suara ITB was held 6 years after the ITB student choir was established. And 1973, the women choir competition commemorate the anniversary of DKI Jakarta. August 1976, the first national choir competition organized by Directorate of Arts Development of Indonesian Ministry or government. And the participants were adult women and men. Next. Okay, in 1977 continued the event, another event, 1978, 1980. Next. And 1985, 1985, 1986, 1992. Next. And so this is after 2000. So in 2000, the choir competition began with a choir competition Semarang City level, Sabta Gita Jaya Choir student activity of Semarang University. So since 2000, it become increasingly, the choir competition become very fascinating. 2001, 2003, 2010, Satya Dharma Gita Choir, SDKJF. Next. 2010, 2011, 2012, 2012, the first Bali International Choir Festival, this is international, took place in 2012, according to the Event History Information of Bandung Choral Society website. Okay, next. 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Next. 2018, 2019. Ken Stephen International Choir Festival was held in Medan. So this is a diachronic scheme, but not only my research about diachronic, but I want to explain what's the meaning of this kind of timeline. Okay, next. So this based on this diachronic data, the following meaning can be observed. Next. The first choir competition between choirs trained by Galora, it was held in 1965. It's in Jogja. The first national choir competition was held in Bandung, 1962. And the folklore category, because I am very eager to know well about this folklore category in choir competition. It was introduced in the choir competition in 2001. But in 1976, participants sang folk song as their chosen pieces. And the first international choir competition in Indonesia was held in 2012, Bali International Choir Festival. This is for the history. Next. The organizer. So I can find who is the organizer. It's a university. It's a foundation like own school, business company, singing society, and government. So there's a diversity of the organizer. Next. And the event location, almost all nation and international choir competition in Indonesia are held in major cities, both in Java and outside Java. This shows that choir competition foster choral culture in cities, so it can be considered urban culture. Next. So in my conclusion, as part of the meaning of this history, it's about power and politics. The study investigate and discovered the first choir competition was held in Indonesia, as well the first national international choir competition. Choirs that have developed in big cities and surrounding towns have become a new form of musical behavior and part of urban culture in Indonesia. Choir competition are evidence of a strengthened cultural system as demonstrated by the sporadic holding of choir competition. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ibu Rachel Mediana Untung. Next presenter, the fourth presenter is Ibu Puput Mainis Narselina MSN from Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta with topic entitled Navigating Musical Identity from Stage to Screen, Instagram Self-Branding Among Music Students at Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. The time is yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Prof. Andre, Prof. Said, Bapak Patrick, Bapak Gustaf, teman dosen yang kami cintai, dan anak-anak yang saya banggakan. Terima kasih. My name is Puput Menis Narselina. I am from Music Department, ISI Yogyakarta. It is truly an honor to be here and present my research. Title is, open the title, Ken? Yeah. My title research is Navigating Musical Identity from Stage to Screen, Instagram Self-Branding among music students at Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. In this research, I explore how young musicians today no longer perform only on physical stage, but also on digital stage. So ada dua, jadi saat ini anak-anak tidak hanya konser atau pertunjukan di stage yang nyata, tapi juga stage digital seperti itu. And then, especially my research on Instagram, then social media becomes an essential platforms for artistic expression is challenges music students to balance authenticity, professionalism, while building their identities online through qualitative approach. And then this research aim to understand how music students construct, perform, and sustain their musical identities in digital space and what this means for the future for arts education. So, saya akan menjelaskan tentang cara menavigasi, mengarahkan mahasiswa untuk mencari jati diri, self-branding, karena banyak yang mahasiswa, saya itu siapa? Saya itu apa? Seperti itu. Jadi, di sini saya akan research ya, penelitian kalangan mahasiswa musik ISI Yogyakarta. Next slide. Next, introduction. Yeah, in here, my introduction is digital perform redefine the stage for musicians. As the world becomes more digitally connected, the stage for performance is no longer limited to physical concert, but has expanded, jadi meluas, into social media perform. For music students, then this one, Instagram as new performative and branding space. For music students at ISI Yogyakarta, Instagram has become more than just a place to share daily activities. Jadi menjadi lebih dari tempat untuk share ya, daily activity is now new performative space to showcase their musical identity. Jadi nggak hanya daily activity saja, tapi juga musical identity, identitas. Jadi kita identitasnya dalam digital and build a professional image. Jadi kita dari mahasiswa, young musicians, how to building the professional musicians like this. Then professions, shift from performing on stage to performing online. Nah, shifting, perpindahan antara performing nyata. Jadi kalau performing nyata itu ada orang-orang balik panggung, backstage and front stage. Begitu pula dengan performing online juga memiliki backstage and front stage juga seperti itu. And then previous studies self-presentation and digital identity. Jadi yang membahas tentang self-presentation, how to doing self-presentation, how to presentasi tentang dirinya sendiri, saya ini siapa seperti itu. and digital identity. The gap, few studies on music students in higher art education Indonesia context menjadi masih sangat sedikit di Indonesia ya. There is still limited understanding how music students who are still in the process of developing their identity. Jadi mahasiswa masih developing, mengembangkan dirinya sendiri, identitas dirinya sendiri. Negotiate between artistic authenticity, market expectation through platform like Instagram. Jadi untuk otentitas artistiknya sendiri dan membuat market expectation, seperti itu, pasar ekspektasi ya. Especially in the context in higher education seperti perguruan tinggi. Dan teori saya menggunakan Goffman's self-presentation yang mempelajari tentang backstage, front stage, and impression managing, which view social life as a stage where individual manage impression for specific audience. Jadi bagaimana kita memanage impress yang dimana not everyone is your client like this. Jadi kita tahu sendiri market kita, marketplace kita di mana seperti itu. Dan objective, explore how music students construct and negotiate their musical identity. The main objective of this research is explore how student musicians construct and negotiate their musical identities on Instagram. Jadi ini hanya khusus digital identity saja. And to understand its implication for professional development and arts education. Next slide. Method saya menggunakan research approach-nya descriptive qualitative approach dan constructive paradigm identity as a social performative process. Dan fokusnya ada 3, self representation, negotiate of authenticity, professional image formation on social media. Dan data collection, saya mendapatkan data dari observation yaitu Instagram account of music student, saya observasi dari account mahasiswa. Kemudian semi-structured interviews and documentation dari reflective assignment from the music performance management course. Jadi saya juga mendapatkan reflektif tugas-tugas hasil karya mahasiswa dan analisis menggunakan Irving Goffman and understanding how student form, negotiate and communicate musical identity online. Next slide. Yeah, this is the this one discussion, self-reflection. First discussion, self-reflection and discovery of musical values. Di sini discovering personal values, strength and artistic. Di mana students took MBTI personality test and engaged in self-reflection to understand their potential career direction in music. Di mana di sini saya mengarahkan mahasiswa untuk tes personality. Jadi di sini untuk instrumennya tidak hanya MBTI ya, ada banyak. Tapi ketika penilaian ini saya menggunakan dari MBTI ya, Mayer, Bridge, Test, saya lupa, personality test. Dan di sini ada personality test, nanti akan ditemukan strength and weakness. Jadi ketika mahasiswa sudah menemukan kekuatan dan kelemahannya, bagaimana cara dia untuk mengangkat kelemahannya itu menjadi kekuatan. Dan untuk reflection, self-reflection ini saya memberikan tugas kepada mahasiswa achievement. Jadi achievement itu bukan goals, achievement itu yang di belakang apa yang sudah kalian capai. Seperti itu, nanti akan diketemukan self-reflection identity dari personality mahasiswa masing-masing. And then the results help them identify their communication styles, artistic values, and the musical services they wish to develop. Jadi nanti ketika setelah mengetahui personalities diri masing-masing, kemudian mengetahui achievement-nya apa, dari situ kita bisa akan memilih, kita bisa mencari color branding seperti contohnya color branding. Kalau air minumku rata-rata warna biru seperti itu. Nanti akan ditemukan sendiri dari personality test. Kemudian niche and service, jadi di mana achievement mereka ke belakang seperti apa, dan itulah niche service bisa ditunjuk atau diputuskan di situ. Kemudian internet market research, jadi not everyone is your client, so mahasiswa harus tahu kompetitornya siapa, kliennya siapa, harus bisa membedakan market pasarnya. Kemudian the key values that emerge were artistic honesty, sound exploration, and courage to express authenticity. Jadi di sini langkah pertama self reflection and discovery of musical dari mahasiswa. Next slide.
I'm sorry, Bu Puput, the time is up. Maybe you can come to the conclusion.
Conclusion, oh ya. Conclusionnya di sini mahasiswa akan dapat menemukan jati diri mereka, digital performance and identity experiments on Instagram. Jadi di sini adalah karya-karya mereka ketika mereka menemukan color branding diri sendiri. Jadi misal warna merah, kemudian dia menampakkan dalam Instagram secara digital seperti itu. Next slide. Ini yang paling terakhir. Ya, di sini branding, konsistensi, and building of musical itu penting karena konsisten. Jadi ketika kita memiliki konsisten itu bagaimana cara develop professional profile melalui IG tagline, handle, dan segala macam, and highlights the important digital literacy, building online credibility. Next. Oke, di sini nanti branding konsistensinya akan terlihat di mana yang warna hijau naik, kemudian yang warna merah turun karena engagementnya itu akan terlihat di situ. Next. Dan saya menemukan dari penelitian ini yaitu musical identity navigation, gimana caranya saya menavigasi mahasiswa atau mengarahkan mahasiswa untuk mencari jati diri, kemudian membranding, self reflection, menemukan musical identity model ya, branding konsisten sehingga audience feedback nanti akan bisa menjadi new reflection atau bisa mempertahankan atau kita bisa merubah reflection tersebut. Next. Okay, conclusion. This is the last. This study found that music students at IC Yogyakarta navigate their musical identities through 3-stage process: self-reflection, digital performativity, and branding consistency. Instagram serve a second stage. Jadi Instagram dianggap menjadi panggung kedua ya, where students negotiate between artistic authenticity and professional image through visual, narrative, and interactive strategies. This practice enable them to build credibility, express personal values, and connect with audience in the digital space. The findings highlight importance of digital literacy, digital awareness. Ini yang penting karena di sini penelitian penting yaitu digital literacy, digital awareness, kesadaran identity awareness, kesadaran identitas diri, and self-branding skills as essential competencies for your young musicians in today creative industry. Next, paling terakhir, 1 detik. Ini ada saya mau menunjukkan tidak hanya foto tapi juga video reels karya mahasiswa ketika mereka sudah menemukan jati dirinya. Bisa diputar 1 aja video. Oh, nggak ada suaranya.
Langsung tahu ini brand apa kan? Itulah kekuatan audio branding. Bikin orang ingat brand kamu, bahkan tanpa harus lihat logonya. Bayangin produk kamu punya suara yang khas. Sekali dengar, langsung nempel di kepala orang. Bukan cuma visual, tapi suara yang dikenal. Dengan Sona Music House, kamu bisa bawa brand kamu ke next level. Yuk DM kami sekarang buat konsultasi gratis untuk brand kamu.
Yeah, this is the last from Nation, my students in music management class. Then I hope this research contribute to a further understanding how digital platform can support music education and identity development in the creative industry. Thank you very much your attention. I'll be happy to discuss and answer any question from your audience. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ibu Puput Mainisnar Salina MSN, for your presentation. Next, we have our 5th presenter, Bapak Peter Ferry Setiawan, SSNMA, from Universitas Kristen Immanuel Yogyakarta, with topic research entitled Music and Visuals in Choral Performances, an analysis of the Immanuel Choir performance. The time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Peter Ferry Setiawan, and I'm from Universitas Kristen Immanuel. Today, thank you for the opportunity I can standing here presenting my paper about music and visuals in choral performances and an analysis of the Immanuel Choir performance. And I conducted this research with my coworkers, Epifani Omega. So that's why there are two names written on the slide. Okay, so next. Yeah, traditionally music was viewed as a self-sufficient art of sound. Jadi kita seringkali mendengar musik ya, mendengar bunyi. Tapi belakangan nampaknya cukup populer pertunjukan itu tidak hanya menampilkan musik saja, bunyi-bunyian, tetapi juga dibalut dengan visual begitu. Jadi secara termanya mungkin di dunia choir itu cukup banyak dikenal dengan nama show choir gitu. Dan ini mungkin agak menyinggung dengan topiknya Bu Medi tadi. Terima kasih Bu. Jadi ya Bu Medi juga cukup menyumbang banyak tentang kajian paduan suara dan ini cukup bertalian ya. Dan di sini saya menyorot tentang visual dan musik dan bagaimana itu terintegrasi dalam suatu pertunjukan dan di penelitian ini kami membahas tentang Immanuel Choir, yaitu salah satu tim paduan suara yang ada di Universitas Kristen Immanuel. Yang next mungkin. Tujuannya untuk menganalisis bagaimana musik atau bunyi dan visual itu dapat berinteraksi satu sama lain dan terintegrasi dalam suatu pertunjukan. Next. Ya, ini ada beberapa kajian-kajian terdahulu yang mungkin bisa dicari dan dibaca gitu tentang pertunjukan-pertunjukan tersebut dan tentunya diharapkan penelitian ini dapat memberi kontribusi baik secara theoretical maupun practical tentang estetika, tentang performance studies, tentang praktik juga, praktis paduan suara. Next. Dan kami membuat meneliti ini dengan qualitative approach tentunya dan memilih satu studi kasus yaitu performance dari Immanuel Choir yang mereka menampilkan salah satu lagu Yamko Rambe Yamko ya. Dan ini secara visual cukup menarik dan ya kalau mungkin waktunya panjang nanti bisa kita lihat videonya, tapi saya belum kirim. Mungkin silakan dicari aja di YouTube. Dan data dikumpulkan dengan independent observation, semi-structured interviews, dan juga literature reviews. Dan we analyze the data with the thematic analysis. So kita temukan kunci-kunci tema-tema kunci supaya memahami fenomena yang terjadi seperti apa. Dan kami menggunakan teori dari Rejewski untuk memahami tentang konsep intermedialitas dalam suatu pertunjukan paduan suara itu. Next. Nah, hasilnya kami menemukan ada beberapa tema kunci. Yang pertama jelas koreografi dan juga stage formation. The choreography supports the musical narrative, starting with the abstract scattered movement and formation. Ya. Ini dalam lagu itu jadi dimulai dengan keadaan yang tidak beraturan, gitu. Ada bunyi-bunyian yang bukan bunyi-bunyian, blockingnya tidak seperti paduan suara pada umumnya, tapi kemana-mana gitu mereka. Ada yang ke kiri, ada yang ke kanan gitu. Dan kemudian membentuk satu formasi A atau wing-like formation, seperti sayap gitu. Dan ini menarik perhatian juga karena ya di awal langsung menggugah audiens begitu. Dan kemudian yang kedua ada interaction and narrative. Di dalam pertunjukan itu terjadi interaction antara penyanyi dan juga antara setiap orang yang ada di panggung itu gitu. Sehingga ada satu pertunjukan yang sepertinya bukan musik tetapi kayak panggil-panggilan atau yang saut-sautan begitu. Jadi itu interaksi dan narasi di dalam pertunjukan. Next. Dan ini nampak juga dalam costumes and makeup. Jadi di foto juga sudah terlihat bagaimana itu tentu saja sangat mendukung performance ketika properti, ketika hiasan body paintings atau riasan itu juga membantu penampil itu juga mempresentasikan karya tersebut gitu. Nah ini ada contohnya ada bulu-bulu atau ikat kepala dan baju dari rumput gitu ya. Next. Kemudian nampak juga melalui body and facial expressions ya, gimana mereka kemudian seperti marah atau seperti berteriak begitu, dan juga dengan penggunaan properti juga yang mendukung seperti menggunakan tombak dan juga ala-ala orang lagi perang begitu. Dan yang terakhir kami menemukan juga ada resepsi dari audiens, jadi penerimaan dari audiens ketika melihat atau menyaksikan pertunjukan itu, mereka nampak merinding, begitu mengatakan ada yang merinding, ada yang kaget, begitu ada yang ya banyak perasaan yang muncul kemudian ketika melihat sajian itu secara holistik, secara keseluruhan. Nah, kemudian next, and then we using the theory of intermediality untuk menganalisis fenomena tadi. Ya, ada 3 subkategoris: medial transposition, media combination, dan intermedial reference. Ya, intermedial combination itu kombinasi medial dari berbagai media dalam satu karya. Terus medial transposition itu perpindahan elemen dari satu media ke media yang lain. Dan intermedial reference itu referensi atau kutipan antar media yang menciptakan dialog. Next. Nah, media combination ini nampak dari, singkat saja mungkin, nampak dari koreografi dan juga facial expression, body expression, dan juga medial transposition tadi nampak dalam theatrical atau cultural elements yang ditransfer melalui media paduan suara. Dan next. Dan intermedial reference ini tampak dalam kostum, dalam make up yang memperkaya pertunjukan itu, dan juga dialog-dialog antar penyanyi, gestur mimik, komunikasi begitu antar penyanyi juga muncul sebagai intermedial reference di pertunjukan. Nah, hasilnya adalah audience reception juga termasuk hasil dari efektivitas penggunaan media combination, yaitu adanya penerimaan sensori yang lebih utuh gitu, tidak hanya mendengar saja tapi juga bisa merasakan hal yang lain. Jadi ada yang lebih dibandingkan hanya pendengaran saja. Next. So for the conclusions, the key findings: first, visual integration, and then the cultural symbolism, theoretical framework. We have using Regiski theory to confirm the dominance of media combination, such as dance, theater, and vocal technique. Yeah. And then audience reception, the integration enhance the audience multisensory reception. Jadi ada beberapa temuan penting, jadi ada visual integrasi di mana aspek visual itu kemudian merasuk ke dalam pertunjukan paduan suara, dan juga ada cultural symbolism di mana banyak properti, banyak simbol-simbol kultural yang digunakan dalam pertunjukan tersebut, dan juga munculnya tadi setelah dianalisis muncul ada intermediality dalam pertunjukan gitu. Next. So theoretically this case study enriches discussion on music aesthetics and intermediality, particularly the findings of our guidance for choir trainers and artistic directors to design more comprehensive, engaging, and relevant performance, meeting the demands of modern audiences for multisensory experience. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Peter Ferry Setiawan, SSNMF, for the presentation. Okay, now we have our 5 presenters who has presented their research to us. Thank you so much for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. Please once again give a round of applause to our presenters. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the question and answer session. Before you ask the question, please mention your name, institution, and to whom your question is addressed to. Also, the question, you can ask the question in either English or Indonesian. Maybe I would like to have 3 questions first from the participants. Please raise your hand. Okay. Ada. Okay.
Terima kasih, selamat sore. Perkenalkan, nama saya Adit dari Prodi Seni Musik. Saya tertarik dengan apa yang dibahas oleh kakak Jeffrey tadi mengenai sasando gong dan sasando biola ya kakak ya? Ya itu. Nah pertanyaan saya mendasar kakak. Jadi apa sih yang dimaksud dengan kreativitas itu? Satu itu. Terus yang kedua, sejauh mana sih orang itu dikatakan kreatif atau tidak? Terus yang ketiga, apa hubungannya antara kreativitas dan pengetahuan? Udah, itu saja kakak Jeffrey. Semoga dijawab ya kak. Terima kasih.
Thank you Pak Adit. Yes, you get the idea Pak. Yeah, monggo.
Okay, next
Cek.
question.
Langsung ya.
Ya.
Oke. Oke, thank you Mr. Adit. Oke. I will answer you in bahasa. Sasando itu dikatakan sebelumnya mungkin biar teman-teman adik-adik mahasiswa dan juga para keynote speaker juga bisa kita pahami bersama. Jadi sasando itu pada mulanya tuh ada sekarang tuh kalau sekarang sasando tuh ada 2 alat musik. Satu sasando gong namanya, yang satu itu sasando biola. Nah, kedua alat musik ini itu tetap dinamakan dengan alat musik tradisional yang berasal dari Pulau Rote, Nusa Tenggara Timur, yang mana memiliki teknik permainannya itu berbeda. Yang pertama memiliki dawainya cuma 7 senar yang dulu dipakai di acara ritual dan seterusnya. Sedangkan yang satunya ini dipakai untuk acara pentas perform anak-anak. Bahkan di isi Jogja juga saya lihat ada komunitas tentang sasando di sini di isi Jogja. Nah, perubahan yang terjadi adalah antara yang pertama dari bentuk organologi alat musik tersebut. Dari yang dulu cuma 7 senar berubah menjadi yang 32 dawai, yang kita 32 senar. Nah, kreativitas tadi pertanyaannya, kreativitasnya di mana atau apa? Nah, kreativitas di sini masyarakat Rote Nusa Tenggara Timur ini mereka kita tidak bisa memungkiri bahwa perkembangan zaman itu sangat mempengaruhi, kalau mau dibilang pergeseran juga agak terlalu ekstrim ya. Tapi mau tidak mau kita harus mengikuti perkembangan zaman ini. Sehingga kreativitas ini dibuat untuk melihat, mengikuti juga perkembangan zaman. Nah, kreativitas apa ya? Seperti apa yang terjadi pada sasando ini? Kreativitas yang dulu dari alat musik yang belum pakai elektrik dibuat jadi elektrik. Gitu. Kemudian dulu hanya menggunakan bambu, sekarang sudah ada yang menggunakan seperti pipa paralon kaca. Jadi secara estetika, visual lebih kreatif, lebih tertarik di pasaran industri ya, kalau kita mau bilang seperti itu. Kemudian antara kreativitas dan pengetahuan di mana? Kreativitas dan pengetahuan itu di mana? Pengetahuannya bahwa di dalam kreativitas itu tetap ada filosofi, nilai-nilai budaya yang tetap muncul, yang tetap dijaga, yang tidak dihilangkan dari alat musik itu sendiri. Nah, pengetahuannya apa? Filosofi tentang bagaimana latar belakang sasando itu tetap ada, nilai-nilai ritual atau nilai-nilai adat istiadatnya tetap muncul, tetap dijaga. Itu tetap pengetahuan. Kreativitasnya di mana? Perubahan-perubahan itu terjadi. Masyarakat ingin mengubah alat musik itu, tetapi tidak meninggalkan yang namanya ritual atau sakral itu sendiri atau filosofi dibalik daripada alat musik itu sendiri. Itu Mr. Adit. Oke, mungkin itu sedikit penjelasan dari saya. Karena Mr. Adit ini teman angkatan saya juga, jadi kita sering diskusi. Ya, jadi seperti itu. Kalau ada yang ingin diskusi, teman-teman boleh silakan bertanya lebih jauh. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Jeffrey and Pak Adit, for the discussion, our first discussion of today. And for the next question, please raise your hand again. Okay.
Okay, my name is Stefania Remiseldo. I'm from Institut Seni Indonesia Yogyakarta. Okay, my question is addressed to Mr. Jeffrey. In your presentation, you state that music is universal language that lives between art, science, and culture. It becomes a meeting space where creativity and knowledge interact. If music can shape the way humans think, create, and understand reality, so I wanted to ask about, is it possible for the human not to create music, but rather the music created the way how the human understand the universe? In Indonesia, apakah mungkin bahwa manusia tidak menciptakan musik, tetapi justru musiklah yang menciptakan cara manusia memahami dunia? Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
Oke, baik. Musik adalah bahasa universal seperti yang ya, bisa kita diskusikan juga itu secara lebih luas. Dalam hal ini eh, sesuai dengan tema yang diberikan panitia oleh kita terkait dengan kreativitas musik yang memang diikuti dengan sebuah pengetahuan, sehingga mustahil tadi seorang itu bisa membuat musik tanpa mengetahui peradaban lokal gitu ya, Dek ya? Ya, oke, ya. Bagi saya kreativitas itu bisa kita lihat karena setiap kita pasti punya kreativitas dalam diri, tergantung kita mau mengkreatifkan itu dalam bentuk apa. Kalau misalnya dalam bentuk musik, maka minimal pasti ada pengetahuan-pengetahuan yang perlu kita pahami sehingga bisa membuat satu kreativitas itu. Karena ilmu pengetahuan itu membantu kita untuk bisa membuat satu hal yang menjadi lebih kreatif. Bukan berarti ilmu pengetahuan itu orang yang tidak belajar dalam dunia akademik misalnya tidak bisa kreatif. Bukan berarti seperti itu, ya. Tetapi harus kita akui ilmu pengetahuan itu membantu proses kreativitas itu lebih cepat, lebih lancar. Itu harus diakui. Makanya kalau kita bilang demikian, maka saya berpikir proses akademik yang seperti kita jalani sekarang ini itu membantu akan kreativitas yang akan kita lakukan dalam sebuah proses kreativitas baik dalam seni, musik atau cabang-cabang seni yang ada. Mungkin seperti itu ya, Dek. Oke. Semoga bisa menjawab ya. Semoga bisa menjawab. Ya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Jeffrey and Stefania. Next question, maybe. Okay.
Terima kasih. Okay, saya Syed Syafi'i, saya daripada Syed University. Saya ingin bertanyakan soalan kepada Madam Puput Manis. Okay, in your conclusion just now, yeah, you said that there are 3 stages that you navigate their musical identities through social media, through Instagram specifically. So number 1, self-reflection. Number 2, digital performity, and also branding consistency. So I think I just want to understand a little bit more on how you manage the branding consistency. Maybe you don't have much time just now to explain how do you measure it, because we see the results. We see that the engagement from social media increase towards the end of the process. But maybe you want to share with us how do you manage branding consistency? Do you ask them to post every week, or you ask them? I don't know. Maybe I wanna know more about it. I mean, because I think this is very important for young musicians, young artists to branding themselves. But I think branding consistency also important, equally important, in order for them to like reach out and get more engagement. Bahasa Melayu, bahasa Indonesia, doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Said. I'm feeling seems like exam dissertation. Okay, thank you. Then this is actually my course, management performing music ya, in the class. Jadi manajemen pertunjukan musik. Then in this course is the first time for our department. Then my head of department asking me to how you can developing the RPS, rencana pembelajaran semester, then what do you want to teaching to student. Then nowadays I am following the technology, following the phenomena in here. Then now we are in the digital era, not just only performing in the stage physical, but also in online. So we can branding ourselves. Then in my class also I found that a half my student don't know who she is, who he is, siapa dia, apa yang akan dia bawa setelah lulus jadi kebanyakan mereka belum memahami identitas diri seperti apa. Kemudian saya mencoba untuk sebelum saya masuk ke manajemen pertunjukan secara nyata, jadi saya membagi dua bagian, personal branding and management on physical stage. Then in the personal branding, I just have a little time, so I should make sure that the RPS rencana pembelajaran dapat membantu teman-teman untuk found their identity. Then for consistency, yeah, this one consistency so much important that how to consistency. Then in the consistency, I just tell to my student that you can put the highlight tagline what you are. I am a producer, I am a musician, saxophonist, I am a journalist, like this. Then you can put the in the biography you are this one for developing their consistency and call to action. So so students no need to scare that people asking you making working collaboration with them. Then consistency also in here, I'm not found yet, but I'm trying to giving suggest to my student that consistency in here, you can put your highlight, tagline, your word, and you can put your photo. I already found every student, they have their brand color, so they can put in their picture. Also seems like I'm giving the example that white and red and blue and yellow, like this. Then other things that video reels also, just in Instagram also have to not just picture, also with video. So this one for consistency, that they are for their identity consistency, like this. I'm just trying to building this one because now already mid semester, so I should changing the topic, not personal branding anymore, like this. Maybe later on I can developing my research about consistency, personal branding. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Bu Puput, for the answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I noticed that everyone wants to ask our presenters today, but I'm sorry to tell you that this is the last question. Please raise your hand before we close the discussion of today, the seminar of today. Okay, please, the mic for Pak Patrick. Yes.
Selamat sore, pertanyaan saya mau tujukan pada Ibu Rachel, ya, Rachel. Saya sangat tertarik, I'm very interested with what you have presented, like the whole history of the choir competition, especially the folklore. So if I understand well, it is formalized, the folklore, more or less in 2001, which means now we are already doing the folklore category for 24 years. If we talk about musical competition, tidak terhindari ada unsur penilaian di sana. So my question is, since 24 years, it means it will become a tradition. Are the current evaluation system seperti Musika Mundi, bagian dari intercultural evaluation system, compatible untuk menilai, to assess folklore music, and how will this evaluation system, how can this evolve supaya musik folklore ini bisa dinilai more suitable to the art form that they are presenting? Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your valuable response. So this is my my dissertation. Is about negotiating artistic in folklore, in choir. So in my research, there is a hybrid performance. The hybrid is, the basic is in Western because it's the format is in choir, but the repertoire is is a folk. But there's a negotiation is about how to perform. Like in my definition is when choir perform in folk song, we cannot close our eyes because there's multi-dimension, like Mr. Peter mentioned before. So when we see a performance who sang folk song, we cannot close our eyes because visually it's very attractive. And in my research for my dissertation is about the system of the choir competition. So the system is in Musica Mundi. In Indonesia, use Musica Mundi also, indeed. But the uniqueness of the performance in folk song have a different, valuable to mark how the performance by the jury. And I think they have a different each organizer, but still using Musica Mundi system. And then usually they have to meeting, especially for the folklore category, because they have to make some, have to make a decision together because the uniqueness of the folk song itself. Although until now, just only because of the discussion before the folk song, the jury, but until now there's no system about newest one. Yeah. I hope my answer is good enough. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rachel, for the answer. And ladies and gentlemen, to all the participants who still have a question, you can ask the question through email icompass@ec.ac.id, and the committee will be deliver your question to our presenters today. And before we close the seminar of today, I would like to conclude this second session. Music is an interdisciplinary medium to facilitate pedagogy material and to embrace creativity and self-branding. With that, it can connect creativity and knowledge. Okay, that's all our second session of today. We finally come to the end. I'd like to thank to the presenters for the informative and such an interesting presentation, and all of the participants for the very active session. Finally, give the applause to our speakers and for you all. Thank you so much. Can we take a picture first? Okay. Oke, sudah siap? Oke. Saya ikut nggak? Oke, baik. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Once again. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much. Waktu dan tempat saya kembalikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of today's event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our Dean for opening and supporting this event, Professor Dr. Andre Indrawan and Dr. Muhammad Said bin Shafi, our distinguished keynote speakers, all our speakers and panelists for sharing their knowledge, all presenters for your valuable contributions, and to all participants for your active engagement. Thank you all once again for your participation. We hope this event has been beneficial and enriching for everyone. Safe travel to those who's heading home, and we look forward to seeing you at our future events. This concludes today's program. Thank you and have a great day.